Lord gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest. Not so much as 40 winks, really, but, you know, whatever. You're too selfless, that's your problem, but you'll be no good in it if you don't take a break once in a while. Anyway, not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned to meet you, for you to meet that helper, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzean Alliance throughout. The fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dark, and the Empire is showing no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves. So maybe you could tell me about your time of the First? Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, also ask Flamine. She wants to hear about stuff. Okay, sure. Good morning, Camper, Zed Slayer, Valvedrix, Loner, Dream Whisper, Omega Legion, Terra, and US Incorp. As a fresh reminder, we are very close. We are, in fact, 2 quests, counting the one we're on, away from a dungeon. So if anybody wants to join us for that, this is a good time to be like, hey! I admittedly forgot how early on this first dungeon is in the patch content, but it's super duper close. So, Lord, it's been too long. Totoro did mention I'd be joining you, did she not? Thank you. Words cannot express how much I long to know more of the First. The world Minfilia sacrificed so much to save. Come, rest your feet. Totoro should be arriving shortly. Sure. So Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next oracle. The girl Thancred named Reen? Yeah, great news, Phil. I mean, your daughter's dead! It's okay, arguably she was dead before, but now she's turbo dead, as we like to say. I have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given a choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Well, I might ask a favor when you return to the First. Tell Reen what I cannot. Yeah. I can literally carry letters back and forth. My possessions go with me. We've established this in lore. So, like, you know, give me a letter. I can do this. I've got the whole Moogle correspondence thing going on. Come on. Yeah, it's whatever. Begging your pardon. Can I have a word? Yeah, Weirdo, what's up? Hope you're here to tell me the news we received from our helper. I wish. I haven't had a peep out of him. It's been a good long while now. Too long. Yeah, probably a Mega Legion. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over the border and see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up. What if they catch you? There must be another way. Well, it ain't like we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I should have no trouble picking my way through the Gimlet Dark now that the fighting's died down. God knows there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats sitting around twiddling my thumbs. Any road, thought I'd let you know. Now, I'd best be, Oh, nearly forgot. Kryle's at the Stones. She wants a word. Something to do with the patients? Oh yeah, their bodies are still here, and we haven't really even acknowledged that issue since it showed up. I'm sure it's nothing. Mass Effect vehicles? Well, Hammerhead is fun, and the Mako is objectively bad, but subjectively enjoyable. But the best Mass Effect vehicle is the, I forget what it's called, in Andromeda. Come at me. Alright, Kryle, what's going on?
You're here. Good.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good.
I was actually going to parallel this to D&D, Forgotten Realms specifically, where there is actually a concept as the silver thread. Or the silver cord, whatever they call it.
Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured, Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
I'll leave it to me. That is my gerb. And the main plot for the next, 2.5 patches.
Thank you.
But where's he even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct? Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along. His plan might well have worked, but I for one am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer. There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
Whoops. I don't think I've ever done that, Leander. Oop, I guess I could just do this. But yeah, for those of you not aware, the general way it works is if you astrally project yourself, or if you project yourself in another plane, there's a silver cord which certain races and certain people can actually see and interact with, and that connects your soul, which is what you're projecting, to your body, which is back on the plane you left behind. Anything happens to that cord? Well, the specific problem that happens as a result of cutting that cord can vary based on which plane you're in and what species you are and a few other variables, but let's just say it's bad and leave it at that. Good morning, Tim, Scion, and God, I think I missed a few people. Evo's here now, and looks like Valerian's here. Oh yeah, as a fresh reminder, we do have a dungeon coming up very soon. Hint, hint, Valerian. Which I'm just going to invite people now, if anybody's down for that. I know Omega Legion's there. I think Zed Slayer's there. What is this dance you're doing? Very terrifying. Yeah, astral projection is something you're only supposed to do if you really know what you're doing. Granted, it's not easy to sever a silver cord, but it is doable. So, I hope your time in the source was restful. But of course it wasn't. Go on. I did near yesterday. We had some good progress done yesterday, though. The corporeal ether shows signs of instability. Oh, the possibility never even occurred to me. Yeah, by the way, I hate to complain about the time dilation thing again, but it's really, really convenient that there's no time dilation going on right now. Imagine if all their bodies are all of a sudden disconnected by another 5 or 10 years from, you know, their souls in the first. Just... yeah, anyways. If you returned in hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you'll be sorely disappointed. Despite a mercy, we have the likes of Mistress Kryle and Master Matoya to keep our friend's body safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Ah, come, the others must be told. And no, it is not Evo. Once it's severed, it's severed. So hey, good news, you're all dying. Ah! That's amusing, Scion. Supposedly still a bug, but amusing.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
No, they're doing the Eden raids.
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
Y'all are dying. Well, worse than dying. You're getting separated.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryle is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home.
Yeah, sorry, we already knew this, but it bears repeating. I talk so much about the ethereal battery and how much it guides and decides how strong anyone can be, both physically as well as in terms of agility and magical power and so forth and so on. So yeah, Garahatia here is connected to a battery that absolutely dwarfs our own.
But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Alright, stab.
Ow! What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless he says so.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
Kill him!
What did you just...
God, please.
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion?
Please don't make a religion around me. I'm literally stronger than most of the gods in this setting. Please don't make a religion around me.
Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of his body and soul, but his personal effects besides.
Oh yeah, I've got a bundle of letters here.
This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us his possessions, he could carry our souls back to the source upon his person?
I mean, we kind of joked about that earlier, but, you know. Now, what would actually amuse the hell out of me is it's like, alright, let's see, everyone group up, and I just teleport back to the source. And we see how many people come with me, because we see how many people I consider my possession. And like, you know, only 3 of them come through, and it's like, ah!
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on his part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask, even of our friend. Yet, were we to immure our souls within an object in his possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White auricite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease.
Yeah, that's
we
good.
would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back onto our vacant bodies.
I mean, we could certainly lift them all, Gigapudding. Also, yeah, we're basically making these people a phylactery. For different intent, but similar purpose.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves.
A dungeon.
It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae Folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
Unfortunately, we are full at the moment, Gigapudding. Sorry. Ah. Good morning, Five. Honestly, I think he's not 100% sure, Omega Legion, in answer to your question. And is just kind of best guessing. The Grand Cosmos. It's the place we seek. The opposite shows the shore. I'll rent your boat. While thou journey hither, I think it best I devote mine energies to the creation of the White Auricite, by thy leave, of course. The process requireth no small amount of time, and should the new Mao consent to lend us her aid, we will need a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed! So. Let's go to a dungeon. We have to figure out who's what. So in this party, who's what? What we got? What we got? We have a DPS, a DPS, a DPS, and a DPS. Perfect! We're good to go. Pray join the others in the sullen. I shall turn my thoughts to the Auracite and apprise Thancred and Reen of our progress. No, okay, for real though. I will play a White Mage, I think. Would be a good one for this one. I don't mind healing, and I need to start testing classes. Yeah, exactly, Yosen Corp. What do we have at 80? We've got Temperance, which is over there, and that's kind of it. I mean, we have our Afflatuses. Both Afflatuses. All three Afflatuses at this point. I don't... Yep, nope, we do have that. We do have that. Although we don't have Liturgy yet. Ah, whatever. So, we will try out White Mage. Not a lot of difference from 70, but we do have a couple more buttons. And yeah, we will finally have the Blood Lily. And our other Lily spells, which... Why did it take us till 80, or 76, to get our other Lily spells? That's just the chant of FF14 for all classes, isn't it? It gets better in 10 levels. You sure? Yes, it gets better in 10 levels. Okay. I'll also need to, at some point, poke at Astrologian. I already know Sage because we just did the near raid, so I can judge this pretty effectively. Honestly, we're not missing much at 80 on Sage. There's an ability I haven't gotten yet because skills, but yeah, that's when we got Holos, which is my X ability right there. My cooldown. No, really. We've got that, and our upgrades to Dosis. Not too much there. So I could probably judge Sage right now. And by probably, I mean I can. Can't do Scholar until we do the Scholar Quest. Maybe? Actually, hang on. Is there a Scholar Quest? Nope, never mind. We actually do have access to Seraph at this level. I think. Pretty sure. Yeah. So never mind. I could actually do Scholar instead. Yeah, let's do Scholar for this one instead. Good. Yep, we are. Yeah, I was just thinking about that, because I'm still in the mindset of skills being attached to quests, which, I mean, you can't blame me for that, can you? He said the palace is on the episode, but I see nothing on the horizon save empty sky. Curious. The Exarch said to prepare for a warm-up reception. Let's hope it's more cordial than his last visit. I was relieved to hear the Exarch intended to arrange for a boat. Not that I would be opposed to swimming. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by the host's familiars. And I expect the reception today to be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, we're not looking for petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I think the Exarch may have the right of it. They were no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into those creations. Were I them, I would be interested to meet those who could overcome my defenses. As would any true seeker of knowledge, and there's little we can say or do to convince them to help us if they know nothing of our character, or less why they chose to hide from the world. But if we can seize their interest, maybe we can earn ourselves an audience. Yep. Me too, Tim. So far the gameplay's lagging a bit behind, but, you know, we haven't really started judging classes and dungeons and raids. Yeah. Although, by the way, for a bit of perspective, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 positives just for the near raids to gameplay. You both seem in high spirits. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when lore is around. What are you implying? He averted a calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume him has been extinguished. It's only natural we're pleased to see him. Yeah, I've never done this dungeon a second time, so this will be my second time doing this dungeon. I've never gotten this in a roulette before. Yeah, her inflorescence is the first 3 positive boss fight we've had this run. I was thinking about that when comparing to... okay, Giga Pudding, thank you for the warning. It's okay, I don't actually use the friends list. And the guild list, well, I don't use that either. I use the cross-world list, which just says your world. So, thank you for the warning, nonetheless. But yes, I was thinking about other 3 positive boss fights across MMOs in particular that would qualify, that I think would actually be at that level. And yeah, no, it's a really, really good boss fight, so there it is. What do you want from me? I don't think it's the actual best boss fight I've ever seen, but I mean, that's just getting into niggling details at that point, you know? Grand Cosmos. There we are. Like, so, give you a bit of perspective, I would say that boss fight is better than the second Lich King fight in Wrath, but not as good as the Argus fight over in Legion, to use a specific example. That was fast. Hi. Well, time to fight those, totally not Illithids from FF1. See if I can remember how to Scholar. Get it? Over armor. So we have Seraph at this level. It's a 2-minute refresh. We've already got deployment. That. And that. After this poll, I'll figure out what spell that is. You know me, I don't know spell names in this game. Ah, there it is, my 7. What? Hang on. Guaranteed crit. So I could do, for example, this. Yep. Interesting. I'll have to remember that. I guess I'll DPS. Sorry. Punch the ground! I hate this ground! It's the worst! Ugh! Excogitation. I don't know any of these ability names. Oh, there we go. Okay, so hang on. What does Excogitation do? Let's see. Why do I have it sit over there? Grants self-returning member the effects of Excogitation. Restores HP. When HP falls below 50. Oh! It's a, I actually forget what that ability is kind of called, but... heal on hit. Except it's heal on below HP. I'm gonna go DPS for a minute. If not, because I hate DPSing as a Scholar. Oh, White Mage! That's just better in every way. So that's... yeah, okay. But that's... is this... yes, it does have that. So I could be like... oh... this, and then just start doing this. Actually, let's do this instead. Let's get some dots out. No dots! What the hell is Chain Stratagem? What are these spells? I've never heard of these spells. No, why don't they just call them spell names that make sense? Yeah, Chain Stratagem's right there. I moved it down to my second bar. Anyway, what the heck is that? Day Blessing. Interesting. Whoop! I like my black robe. But, to your question, no. No, you need to... I think I'm just too stupid for this game. I don't remember any of the spell names of this game. I don't remember spell names for, like, my main characters. I couldn't tell you half the stuff I cast on Astrologian or Gunbreaker or Red Mage. Poke. You know, I kind of could, but actually no, Blade Ball. Because there's Fire 1, 2, 3, 4, and then High Fire 2, and then Blizzard 1, 2, 3, 4, and then High Blizzard 2. But I couldn't tell you which of those are which. This. This, and then we go back to this bar. Brooms. That's... You know what, let's stop. Wish, wash, a quack, chew, go boom. Sorry. By the way, what the brooms are saying is, whoops, too far. What a mess, what a mess. I agree. What a mess. Eden is not done yet, and Eden is super not happening today. We're probably pushing Eden back to Friday or Saturday just so more people can participate. Not 100% on that, but that's what we're leaning towards. I guess. Eden's pretty popular, and for good frickin' reason. I give up on gauging the AoE of those stupid things. No idea what range they've got. That's a good question, Scion. Today's a normal day, though, so as far as we can get. That being said, the goal is to conclude, let me be clear about this, 5.4, before we move on to anything else. So we're MSQ locked until we finish 5.4. Because FF14 is stupid and likes to lock behind content behind unlocks and MSQ. And so I have a need of things that I have never unlocked because FF14 and the unlock problem. There are actually other reasons, but that's the big one. You know, I think I'd like Scholar more if I didn't have to DPS on it. I don't mean that as a green DPS sucks comment. I mean that quite literally. As of this exact moment in time, my only real complaint about Scholar is I don't like DPSing on it at all. No. No. Live! Why aren't you living? I mean, yeah, no, I'm going to save them for when we get there for obvious reasons. I've already given my big prediction about Amarod. Prediction, excuse me. We'll have to talk about a few other things when we get to where I'm at in the story, which is 5.3. Yeah, stop dying! Just choose life! It's okay! We got your back, I swear! Wrong button. What am I, a black mage? That's an interesting question, Tim. So, I've thought long and hard about the green DPS problem, because it kind of exists over in WoW, but WoW has solved the green DPS problem in two different directions. And yeah, we finished the near raids yesterday, Jon Snow. Good stuff, gameplay-wise. Terrible stuff, story-wise. I think it was like 3 total story negatives, and it was 10 gameplay positives, which sounds about right. And I didn't give a single story positive to the entire arc, nor do I plan to. Yeah. So, like I said, WoW solves the green DPS problem in two directions. The first direction is for easier stuff. What does a healer do during a downtime in WoW? Well, that's obvious. They DPS. And I know what you're already thinking, but lore, what's the difference? Button bloat. WoW has not had 1 or 2 or even 3 trims of the skills. It's had closer to 10 at this point. And so on a healer bar over, playing my druid, for example, I actually have room on my bar to just put my DPS abilities there, and I'm good to go, right? So there's no need to bar swap. Now, if you're paying attention, that's pretty much the exact same thing that Sage does, because Sage's DPS abilities are effectively their filler abilities, and therefore take up those slots, and we're good on that. So, probably part of why I like Sage, to be completely honest. But the other thing they do is they give healers more than 3 DPS spells. This is critical, too. My biggest complaint, really, with green DPS is that it's boring. You hit a dot, and then you either mash your AoE, or you mash your single target. That's it. That's not fun. Imagine, if you will, for a moment, no jokes please, that if you were playing your DPS class of choice, and the only activity that it involved was hitting 2 to put up a dot, and then mashing 1. And that's it. That's the class. And you can probably understand why I don't like green DPS. So that's the one direction which they solved it over in WoW. The other direction is actually kind of directly what Tim was thinking of. There is an inordinate amount of unavoidable damage in the harder difficulty stuff over in WoW, because the gameplay design philosophy there is to keep your healers very busy. You are constantly healing, constantly fighting your mana bar, and constantly trying to push through things, right? Like, it is a non-stop battle to keep everyone's health up, not just the tank. Now, I like that quite a bit. It's actually very fun and very engaging and very enjoyable. But that's the other direction in which they solved it. And again, that only really applies at the harder level of stuff, the extremes and the savage equivalents. So, how do we fix that in FF14? Well, this leads into the knockoff problem we've actually already talked about. AKA, if we were to make it so that a green DPS was a full rotation with actual mechanics and fun, then we've just made a DPS class that happens to have heals. Now, I've already given my potential solution for that, and it's a potential solution I stand behind firmly. But I'm just pointing it out to point out that this is no easy fix. There is no easy fix for the green DPS problem. It's going to be something that's going to require some work. I I don't want people to think I'm not acknowledging reality there. I know I don't like reality, but it is still there, and we still have to acknowledge that it exists. Every now and again. Every now and again. Stay alive for a minute. Interesting. That interrupts the beam, too. Sure. Yeah, exactly, Tara. Actually, yes, I think. Maybe? Shoot, I don't know. I streamed this, so I'm gonna assume yes, but I'm not actually sure. You can check the VOD, because I don't know. Wow, that was a little close, but we made it. Because this is actually not the first time we've seen this mechanic. Way back in, I want to say Heaven's Word? One of the optional dungeons had this mechanic, and I had been unlocking everything up to this point. Because, you know, do all blue quests, right? Like, that's just the modus operandi right there. But yeah, so I think I'm going to try and talk out my thoughts here. Whoa there! Whoa, 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 whoa. About the class I'm playing right now. I feel like I already said this, actually, but I feel like I would enjoy this class a whole lot more if I just didn't have to DPS. I like the healing lineup. I like, you know, the pseudo bubbles. I like the auto crit. I like the 3, 4 fairy abilities I have and managing that. I like the fairy bar. It's just like an extra little bonus battery of healing. I love the excogitation. There's a priest ability over in WoW that has a similar mechanic. Actually, there's several priest abilities, and I really love leaning on those properly. There's actually a term for that. I can't think of it. It's bugging the crap out of me. But you get the idea. You know, it's do this to make sure. Do this, and then this happens. You get the idea. Should be anything? I hope so. We'll find out. Yep, we're awesome. I'm not awesome, but we're awesome. No, there's room, there's room! Oh, okay, whatever. We can fit 2 people per spot if we're careful. Probably the only thing I don't think I like, and it's not really been a huge issue so far, probably because this is just a regular dungeon, is I don't like ether flow. Especially since it can only be done in combat, which really sucks. I get why. Just, you know, really? I just realized I don't have Broil 4 yet, do I? How do I get Broil 4? 82. So yeah, there's my 2 complaints about Scholar. Ether flow, which... shrug. And DPSing in general. Alright, Valvedrix, I'm ready. Hit me. No, not literally. Ugh. Sorry. Dumb joke. Dumb joke. Oh god, you're right. You're absolutely right, Valvedrix. Yeah, if we ever review DMC, which please don't add that to the list, I might actually say no. But if that was ever to be reviewed, I'm pretty sure that game would be pretty net negative on the character axis. Because, you know, they're terrible. What are galvanize and catalyze? Yeah, the gameplay will probably be a net positive if we were to ever cover it. Not as good as DMC, 3 or 4 or 5. Yep, okay, so galvanize is that one, so I'm guessing what you figure is this one. Yep, no, that's still galvanize. So what's catalyze? Oh, gotcha, okay. Okay. I'm gonna test something. I'm gonna let Omega Legion take some damage here. It's gonna chill. Take more damage! Take more damage! There we go. Yep, nope, that's what I expected to happen. Okay. Yes, you do, Omega Legion. That's a good ability. Now I think about it. Hey, Pika. Oh, hey, I can answer your questions from the other day. Alright, so Pika asks, did you like the Nier games? No. Pika then asks, how come you don't like the Nier games? So, there's some obvious gameplay issues, a lot of padding problems, and, there's some with certain things, but overall, the gameplay is alright, but the story is, well, I don't want to say it's terrible, because it's obviously over-exaggerating, but it's extremely not my thing. That's probably the simplest way I could phrase that. Which, of course, then leads me to, how come you don't like Persona or SMT games? Is it the same reason you don't like Nier games? Very similar, but not quite exactly the same. The Nier games certainly have some nonsense in them, and I don't like nonsense. I don't like weird, as I've said many times. But the Persona and SMT games are, a whole lot more bizarro land, I think is what I'm going to call that. Whereas the Nier games tend to be more pseudo-philosophy. So, two different types of aggravation. Both of them have the weird problem, but, it's different aspects thereof. Hey, Von Falkenstein. I agree with that completely, Blade Tribal. So, to explain what I mean a bit about the ether flow in more terms, what do I define as weird? Persona or SMT? To talk about the ether flow a little bit more, you know how Sage just has a timer, and once the timer ticks over, you gain a currency, you gain a charge, and then you gain a charge, and then you gain a charge. That feels like a more modern and better designed approach than every minute you hit, the ether flow button, in combat only, in order to make sure you have ether flow abilities, and that's it. As a further addendum, the Sage thing, where it slowly builds up charges over time, actually... or you eat your fairy. But the Sage ability also feels like it puts more of the actual choice of your charges into your hands, as opposed to ether flow, which is just maintain it, because it's all or nothing with ether flow, whereas the charge thing is a more gradient concept. The insatiable flame. Lugus. Hi, Reggie. Where the hell am I? Oh, God, I'm way back here in the ballroom. Interesting. Axe? He's got staff? I'm not sure what to qualify that as, but whatever. Have a bubble. There's our furniture. I'll just get over here, no reason. See that in the face? It's cool. Everything's cool. I did like Persona 5 Royal. Sort of. Kind of. It's... Persona 5 Royal is a game I never hope to play again. But, I really did like the cast. I really grew fond of the characters. The combat was actually very well designed overall. And I was very fond of a lot of the aspects of, the social side of things. I don't know what to call that. Seeing the little personal stories and all that. Okay. This feels like a distance thing. And yet, Royal added some cool stuff in the end. I certainly had my issues with regards to Persona 5 Royal. The empty text problem was ludicrous. The game uses 10 sentences where 3 words would suffice. And the dungeon design is frankly only good in one dungeon in the entire game, the first one. And the boss design is frankly boring as sin. For the most part, there's some exceptions to that. And pretty much everything about the final act, as in the one before, well, okay. Okay. I'm on fire. Insert NBA Jam reference here. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, no, Zed was just waiting for that. Like you do. Correct, Fife. Although it won't be for a bit. Discriminations are on pause for a little bit. Wow, he's not even at half health. Holy crap. Well. Okay. Thank you, Michael Vania, very much. As always. And I will jot that down for Xenosaga once I'm not dying. Might take a minute, but I'll get there. Drop off a little bit here. Oh yeah, that's another thing I didn't like about Persona 5. The music quite literally gave me nightmares. That's not a joke. Frank, so to explain that a little bit, there's actually some good music in Persona 5, but the problem is the music direction in Persona 5 is one of the worst I've ever seen in gaming, ever. That's not an exaggeration. It's a little bit silly how much they repeat the same goddamn songs over and over and over and over and over and over for literally hours upon hours on end. And, that's the problem. PS1 RPG that isn't a Final Fantasy game? Are there PS1 RPGs that aren't Final Fantasies? Stellaris. No question, Tim. I don't even have to think about that. If you want another one, Civ 6. I know Stellaris is actually arguably not a 4X game, but I stand by the answer. Grandia. Didn't like Grandia that much. Next. Parasite Eve. I'm pretty sure that was a net negative in the golden number, which I stand behind, by the way. Oh, hello. Thankfully, I was topped off for that. Unfortunately, this is about to hurt. Or he's dead. Suikoden 1, haven't reviewed. Suikoden 2, didn't review that well. Legend of Dragoon, no comment. Xenogears, no comment. I also haven't reviewed Breath of Fire 3. So I'm not sure how good that one is. I've never played Breath of Fire 4. No, I was doing terribly in Emperor Valerian. Like, I was just sucking all over the place. Yeah. My inventory. Damn. Gotta become the Lich. So I suppose that's my answer, Fife. Non-applicable.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Backlook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Using the words of power again.
Shake? Beg?
That's right. Are you a good girl or a bad one?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence!
I said sit!
It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
No, I am not, von Falkenstein. It's probably a they, as most Fae are. It just felt weird to say a good boy, so...
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to... heal.
Oh my god, Alphino, you're terrible! Like, we're just standing there like, what?
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again.
Do you want scritches? I can give scritches.
That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety.
Scritches?
Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
I forget if it's Tank or one of the other ones, but yes, we go through it as one of the role quests. It's the one that loops through Ilmeg. So yeah, we're going to talk about the Plague of Obert because we've done that.
You know of the plague? Then you know how dangerous soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
The alternative is they just die. So...
Oh.
I know. There's worse things than death. Especially in this setting.
Oh. Very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Now, they're not going to do this, but I want you to imagine for a moment, is that, you know, they say that, and then I just pause for a moment, and I just calmly walk up, and they're like, what are you doing? I just start giving scritches behind the ear.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Funnily enough, I actually have soul magic and soul alteration within my setting, too. It is extraordinarily easy to screw up, and extraordinarily difficult to do. I've also got the Power Rangers here. That's actually kind of brilliant, the way you did that. Props. Yeah, just walk up. Anyways, no scritches for you two, though. Sorry. Only scritches for good doggies. And you're a bunny, and you're a... wolf? Right now? I don't know what that is. Anyways, so I've been thinking about how to rate Scholar here. And I think Scholar needs an overhaul. I know, I've said that about a lot of classes, but I stand by it. I think Scholar is a good class hiding in bad design, if that makes any kind of sense. There's some really cool utility, and the mentality of healing is different, which I actually enjoy. I enjoy kind of balancing, you know, a lot of use button, then use other button, use this, then do that. There's a lot of knockoff kind of a thing going on. But it feels like a lot of it is being hampered by older gameplay mechanics and older gameplay design that it's just kind of been saddled with since probably ARR at this point, if we're being honest with ourselves. And yeah, no, they have been kind of very slowly overhauling classes, Monk and Summoner being the most recent ones. So... yeah, no, I could see this getting an overhaul and kind of polishing up a few things. And you're probably thinking, what things need polished, Lore? The problem is I can't give you a broad answer to that. It's not like I could just say, just make this happen. I feel like there's several specific things, nitty-gritty details. Like this class needs a fine-tooth comb to go over it, find the issues and say, okay, this thing needs adjusted here. This thing needs adjusted here. You know, I have a few vague ideas. I'm not super familiar with the class, so I'm going to not speak in ignorance. But I bet you can kind of get the gist of the idea, you know, switch Ether Flow. I already mentioned my idea for Ether Flow, for example. So there you go. There's one specific thing that could adjust. There are a couple other specifics about these. I feel like the DPS buttons could use a little bit of a rework, and just so forth and so on. So, bottom line is, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Scholar... 2 pluses and a negative. I know you said that. I was struggling not to just go with it. But I'm kind of with it. You know, Zed Slayer is wishing horrible things. What is that pose? What is that? Explain yourself. Explain yourself. No! What are these? What is this? What is this? Ah! You know what? Hang on. Get a group. pose with the malevolence there while I types up something. Whoops! Wrong button. Sorry, I meant to hit that one. There we go. Perfect. Alright. So let me type this up really quick. What is that emote, says Slayer? We'll see, Reggie. Not Reggie, US Corp, excuse me. Part of the problem is, in order to properly judge everything at 90, I'm going to have everything at 90. You may or may not know this, but I don't have everything at 90. Now, it's relatively quick to level, but I haven't been doing my roulettes every day because I haven't had time. So what's more likely to happen, I think I've actually already thought about this, is I probably won't judge the classes at 90 until the patch content, until the Patchwalker stream. That'll give me time off camera to go ahead and get the rest of these pushed up to 90. So that's most likely where that's going to go. Anyways, so that's Scholar. Now we have a bit of a gap before our next dungeon, quite a bit of a gap, which will be the Anamnesis and a Niter. So that's going to be a while from now. You know, there's a question mark over there. I'm not even sure what that's all about. And a Mug of Ale. That's always useful. All right, so let's switch to this. There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower. For the record, I truly wish we'd never had to resort to using such words when treating with them. I have ever sought to convince, not compel, but I cannot deny part of me is glad Rianje shared his knowledge of the new Mao with us. Anyways, let's go. You may now do this with trust. Yeah, no thank you. Hi, Hazardous. Oh yeah, thank you for joining us, Valerian. Now, get out of here! I'll leave you! Wait, first. Scritch, 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 scritch. Scritch, 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 scritch. Okay, Scritch is given. I have been killed for my Scritch giving, which, that's about normal. That's not true. Cats and dogs both love me for some reason. I don't know why. I am not a pet person. They flock to me. I'm not actually joking. You know that thing, right? Oh, this cat / this dog doesn't like other people. And then they totally love the one person who they say that to. That's me. Yeah, you know, I'm not even sure you're joking, Yosenkor, because they're just like, oh, it's you. Okay. Whatever. Have Scritches. Because I've got those 2 fingernails right there that I use for utility, so I can give good Scritches. No cuddles. Cuddles are for death.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Yeah, I'm not quite an alien, because this is kind of a unique circumstance, but yes.
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own, and your soul is the densest of them all.
I mean, I am quite literally more folded over than the rest of them.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of 4-3 and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Now, I could be mistaken, but yeah, we are, to my knowledge, the only 9/14ths. The only one more complete than us is Lidibus, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Several people on the source are 8/14ths, and most of the people here are 1/14ths. We're not at Graha yet. Unless you're talking about something I don't know about, in which case, never mind. Tell me, have you given thought as to how you might return to your world? Yeah. Explain, explain, explain. White Aura Site. Intriguing proposition, but one that fails to account for the present state of your souls. Oh, you're right, Omega Legion. So that means he's going to be more dense than we are. Technically. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such energetic, unstable state, there's no telling what may happen to their souls within the aura site. They could very well become immutable to transference and never be restored to their bodies. And wouldn't it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? Listen, Graha is dense, not fat. There's a difference. I'm a dense guy in real life. This is just muscle right here. I'm not fat. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? Well, it would be extraordinarily painful. Ah. No, Xenos is also 8/14ths. That's kind of the part of the problem there. Your minds would be ultimately separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstance, but one which is rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by sin eaters, their ether made stagnant by light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you could help them? I might or might not, but I need to see their condition first. Okay, yeah, sure. was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Ooh, oh, that's a good line. I see no need for us to accompany you. While you escort us to the inn, I will assist Arianje in the thing. Oh yeah, speaking of which. Jot down and let's make for Amarang. Woo! Let's go. Yes, Ranjit beat us at 1/14th because he's just that good, okay? Ranjit is just that good that even though he is quite literally an eighth of what we are, he just stomps us that hard because he's perfect and amazing and wonderful and he has a giant dick. Alright, so. Ariane J is more than capable of creating the Aura Center on his own, but if I should go right, I should be on hand to assist him. Pains me that there are those who yet suffer despite our victory over the light. We must find a way to help them. Oh, okay, let's go. Yeah, it's the dragon. That's what it is. It doesn't even fit in his pants, so he has to have it follow around. That's his secret, Giga Pudding. He's always a tool. Bedluck told me they wish to meet the worst of the afflicted. Howrick, there's times I swear there's something he wants to tell me, if only he could form the words. Broken light stranglehold on the first. I'd like to believe they will one day recover, yet I fear that day will not come soon. This is Howrick, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously close to the light. Look, anything and everything we can do to make fun of Ranjit is acceptable. That's all I'm saying. Unless Will Smith comes up and smacks me for saying it about his... Anyways, what do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same thing all our poor souls corrupted by the light will be. Yeah, he'll become a Sin Eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the Wardens, banished the light. Howrick was completely unresponsive before, but now... Sorry. Mumble! Perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there's a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? Well, what I want to do is kill them horribly. What? No, I mean, I'm going to create a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Vobert. For a darker purpose. But anyways, I swore never to make it again. But for their sakes, I will break my oath. Break. It's not like to reverse the stagnation, but it should offer a measure of relief. Yep, if Omega had just gone to the ultimate life form, Ranjit, everything would have been fine. There's this warmth I feel in my chest. That's blood. Did you just stab me in the chest? Maybe. Look, I haven't stabbed anyone today, okay? I'm not sure who's worse. I think Ranjit's worse than Kai Lang, really. And that's saying something. Yeah. I think I'm going to stand by that. Hi, Zira. Yeah, no, this has always been the plan. Since at least, like, last Thursday. So when I say always, I mean it's been the plan for less than a week. And that's just next to its best thing to always. Also, we're doing 5.1 to 5.4. Zero. Any change? Some. But the severely affected have no reaction. It is as I feared then. 'Tis true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time, but this holds true only for corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Howrick, appear unaffected by the tonic. Soul damage, which is another thing in my setting, and is extraordinarily hard to fix. Next best thing to impossible. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There's a chance he may one day recover, but it could take years or even decades. Actually, I was thinking about this. Okay, I'm a total geek, but if you think about it, most of the Batman villains could be explained away in FF14 in lore really neatly, just by etheric imbalance. Think about Two-Face, who is just a total mixture of both astral and umbral. Or Mr. Freeze, who is constantly infused with, cold ether or whatever, right? A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. There must be something we can do. Look, I realize it's not why we petition Ray, but do you think it's possible we can find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it's impossible that in treating we might learn something in relevance to your own predicament. Who would be the Batman? Canonically, Batman doesn't even sleep. Did you know that? He actually meditates for like an hour a day, and that's what he does. The reason I'm bringing that up is that sounds to me like someone who has a gigantic mana battery. So... yeah, it's actually silly, to be blunt. Batman is... I like Batman when he's well written, but Batman as he's been developed in the comics is absolutely ridiculous. This is actually just straight up Scythe, as you can see. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage at the court of Herbert, and there was a plague. The tonic you mixture was the fruit of that. I hope you do good things. It caused the plague. Here's the horrible death. We'll cover this in the roll quests. At least the Warrior of Light brought those responsible to justice. Aye, that they did. I shudder to think what might have happened had they not. Oh my god, Batman being a primal makes just so much sense, doesn't it? Think about the Bat family. That's the people he's tempered. Think about it. Yeah, this is my new Reaper outfit. I'm actually rather fond of it. Think it can be done? Were the sky still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility, but now we may have a chance. Think about it! It makes sense, doesn't it? Batman's a primal. Summoned by what all the criminals in Gotham collectively believe him to be. It's why he bypasses physics and logic and sense so often. And yeah, all the criminals worship him, and that gives him the power and the fuel source that he needs to keep going. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies pouring into them, making them the perfect conduit for ether revitalizing magics. You're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan. Please don't. I'd rather you get on with it. Whatever reagents may be procured, we got it. I admire your spirit. Very well. Get stuff. If you're convinced the resulting familiar will help us, let's do it. Alpha note, the clay and water will be simple enough, but I think you know we'll have to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies are quite lighting to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be able to help us. Or I could ask Feoul. No? Okay. We also have to check out the Numau for the water. Okay. Also the clay. And yeah, as long as anybody still has the idea of Batman, he continues to be summoned and resummoned. The primal of Batman has probably technically died like dozens of times and keeps getting resummoned by all the criminals, which then makes perfect sense for why Batman is so inconsistent across so many of his portrayals. Because it's a resummoning of someone else's different perspective on what Batman is. The miners at the twine, maybe? Okay. Let's go to the trolley! Now, Soups wouldn't be a primal. Soups, let's be honest with ourselves, Soups is above a primal. Yeah, it would also explain why Gotham is such a friggin' hellhole. The ether keeps getting bled out of the place. Like, en masse. Yeah, Soups is the Warrior of Light. I mean, I made that comparison deliberately back in ARR, and I stand by it. Soups is Omega's creator. The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter, had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few secrets. Clever man, Chai knows. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant Talos to work. Like a giant trolley! You're entitled to your dreams, jerk, but that doesn't mean you can harass our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. The trolley is Darkseid. It makes so much sense. Something tells me Lore here didn't come all the way to talk about trolleys. You know, I was joking. I see, and this familiar requires clay from Amarang. Look no further. If anyone can find you quality clay, it's us. Listen, all this clay is mine, I'm just saying. I'm gonna paint this place red. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Burin mines. The place is swarming with coyotes, but if you're after the good stuff, you can do worse than to look there. Thank you. Ugh, yawn attack. Excuse me. I swear I'm getting sleep. Sorry, I'm still debating something in the back of my mind. Grand Cosmos was not a bad dungeon. It felt really generic. Was that just me? I don't know, maybe I'm just getting too harsh because I just did the Nier raids and I have now tasted perfection. But I don't know. Uh-oh, what's going on with chat? No, it's back. Chat's back. There were some interesting mechanics in there, and I'm certainly willing to give some bosses going on. So I feel like it deserves a positive. It's just, I only gave him 3 story... I think I actually gave him 4 story negatives. Whatever, I gave them a couple story negatives. I'm gonna ask a really dumb question. What was the second boss of the Grand Cosmos? I remember the first one pretty distinctly, and I remember the third one pretty distinctly. I don't remember the middle one. Plant boss. Plant boss! Okay, yep, I remember now. It really made an impression on me! Okay. I have been told that, by the way, Sonic Doctor, Elden Ring. I'm really curious what I'm going to think of Elden Ring. I've never liked a Soulsborne game, and I've played all of them at this point, other than Demon Souls, and Elden Ring. So, we'll see. So hang on. Oh, question bot just got killed. By Sonic Doctor, actually. I missed a question there. Would you frickin' mind? Come on. There we go. So I missed a question from Sonic Doctor. Apparently. Evo asked a good question, too. I like your distinction between a Justice Lord and a Cisco. I find a Cisco particularly difficult, I'm assuming you mean to write. Do you have any ideas on how to write a believable Cisco? So, I actually do have 2 pieces of suggestion for you, Evo, if you're there. Now, if you're not, then you can tell me, Lore, you're dumb, and you're dumb, and you're stupid, and I hate you, and you're stupid, goddamn, frickin' ugly face of stupid, dumb worthlessness. You gotta say that whole line, though. Alright. So, advice number 1, let's give you the easy advice first. Make them regret it. Make them do, but hate themselves for it. Right? We do what we must, as the phrase goes. Death Knights, when they're written properly over in Warcraft, for example. That being said, there's another way to do that a little bit more subtly, which I've actually employed a couple of times to good effect. So let's assume for a moment that I'm running around here, and I'm like, hey, and I have to do something horrible, like brutally murder this woman and her Amaro, because good effect. Like, I do that, and everyone here's lives are spared and saved from some horrible thing. Doesn't matter. You get the idea, right? So, I've done this horrible act. They're all cool. But rather than having me be really obvious and overt about how much it's bothering me, add a tick. A little something that they start doing that they didn't do before. That indicates, just for people paying attention, how much it's bothering them. Maybe there's a little bit of a nervous tick. Maybe they start saying things they didn't mean to. Maybe they have to wash their hands a lot. I know that's borrowing from Shakespeare, but, you know. Maybe they stop being as emotive as they otherwise were prior to having to do these horrible events. In other words, show how much it's bothering them rather than having them say, oh my god, this bothers me. Yeah, more likely to get pissed over a relatively simple and minor thing, just because they're that much on edge. Their HP, their mental and emotional HP is that low. You get the idea. Yes, it will. Von Falkenstein, it will. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay. Which brings me to the question Tim asked. Although the bot didn't catch it. Do I think the Warrior Light's ability to locate stuff is canonically for you? I think it is. So this is a bit of a cheat, but I just think we have a really high perception score. You know, to borrow from comic books, again, we have Hawkeye's situational awareness and Spider-Man's ability to immediately and instantaneously understand and comprehend a situation, right? So we go into an area that we know that something's at, and we just kind of look at it for a moment. It's like, okay, that's what I'm looking for right there. My take on it. Beck, look, I have a question. In the event we need this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they would possess the requisite skill, yeah. How reckon the others have suffered so much, I swear to do everything in my power to save them. Is there a chance the spell could do that? I would be the one to invoke it. Maybe you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect, and you are plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are a few all in Norvent more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Lore? Yeah, no, she's got this. Totally. Look at my offer. Halric for Tesleen. We're of similar mind. Alize shall be the one to conjure the familiar. Depends on the content, but at level in general, Von Falkenstein.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
We showed one of those off yesterday during the end of the fairy chain.
There we are. How's that?
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Polx's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
You know, it looks like an Earthbound enemy, doesn't it? Or Mother 3 might be a better example.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Not bad for a first attempt.
Alright, this will be lunch. Now we'll make the familiar for your actual healing.
Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
What is this, FF8?
Mother, I...
Oh yeah, by the way, your mom's dead. Sorry. Maybe we shouldn't have led with that. Anyways, I'm thinking we'll add some pepper. Maybe a little bit of cayenne. Oh, actually, no. Pepper and get some cane sugar. Coat them in cane sugar. And everything will be fine. As your fledgling familiar have done well. My eyes do not deceive. A hint of color returned to his soul. Chump for joy, I wasn't so exhausted. What? The pig's done its job. It's lunch. We're hungry. Let's go. Halric's gonna want a nice meal when he comes out of this, okay? As you are now in the process of discovering this magic, ask much of the invoker. What you may have not realized is the same is true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with full treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of this stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need to put theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, to induce stagnation, thus allowing us to be terrifying, really, if you think about it. Like, really think about that for a second. All right, everyone in chat, here's the deal. I'm gonna stagnate your souls so I can shove you in a crystal so I can drag you across a dimensional barrier through the rift in order to shove you back into your real bodies. Cool? Cool, let's go. And yes, this does sound like the tempering. It's the fate of most tempered to become slaves, save a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know at least one on the source who could desperately use it. Yep. Gaboo. Hi, Zalok. Zach, his condition is uncannily similar to Halrick's, is it not? I know, Cashel. The only difference being that his soul is suffused with earth aspected ether instead of light. If it follows that his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there's a chance we could save him, right? Forgive me, who's this Gaboo fellow? Well, let me tell you what tempering is. I see. His condition does sound similar, yet there's much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I don't say this to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work, and work requiring patience. Of course! As long as there's hope for the patients, I'll devote whatever time I need. You're literally dying. You're on a ticking clock. Two of you should make the way to Christarm. Yeah, the idea of actually being able to heal tempering would be a hell of a sea change. Like, that's a thing. There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai's beside herself, sighing, pacing, the whole lot. You're gonna beg me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing. It must be urgent. Alright, go on. Jon Snow is clearly has invaded Yulmore, and we need to go stop him. Yeah, normally I'd be upset at this kind of, you know, what is effectively a filler arc, but I rather like this one. The future's Yulmore's at stake. Well, go see, make sure Alphinaud's okay. Whatever could be so urgent for the Lady Chai to summon us. It was, I told you, it was a donation from Jon Snow. Thank you, Jon Snow, very much. Always and ever appreciate muchly. Thank you. I'll put that towards dinner last night. No, that's not actually true. That's going towards near replicant. Who knows? Maybe it'll be as good as the near raids we just did. I don't know. I haven't actually updated it yet, Salok. I haven't had time. Lady Chai's up at the parlor, but not to keep her waiting, huh? Well, no, see, I understand your point, Cashel, but honestly, that's just a variance of terminology. See, in my book, filler is the umbrella term, and padding is when filler is bad. But a lot of good content comes from filler, in my opinion. Okay. I know I've used this example often, but it's a good example. The poker game over in Star Trek The Next Generation, which grew into a whole thing, literally was invented by Braga, I believe, as a thing to stretch out the episode, as filler. They were like, oh shoot, we're like 3 minutes short on the episode. Poker game! And, right? Look what they've done with that across that show's history. Doom Guy or kill Jaden? Well, that's obvious. A Doom Guy, because he's Doom Guy. That's just how that works. And thank you, Paranoid Android. I will jot that down for Alpha Centausum. I mean, Centauri. Now, there's a game I'd love a remaster of. Not a remake. I don't think it needs a remake. But it does have some issues. How many of you even remember that you can't mouse click to move in Alpha Centauri? Just name a random example. Yeah, I heard about that, Omega Legion. Alright, let's figure out what the heck is bothering our adorable, adorable Chais. Yeah, Kill Jaden's smart and scheming and plotting, but Doomguy would just walk up and then tear his head off and walk away. Alright, Chai. Julia, what's up?
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
She's tall.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Golg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see.
I mean, who would want to be mayor of this nonsense? That's a lot of work.
After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Now, before you think this is a little bit of a huh, it actually makes a degree of sense given what just happened, not that long ago, relatively speaking, with him organizing and coordinating lots of people across, you know, the whole of the areas in order to make the Golem happen. So, he has proven recent experience in coordination and is foremost in a lot of people's minds.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice.
I agree. Excuse me.
Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced.
And then he ran away.
But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
He just went to get drunk. Really drunk.
You truly think so?
Yeah, he went and hanged out with Sanguine for a few hours.
What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
Oh, he's dead. He's turbo dead. Actually, I have Omega Legion, which makes me think what 6.1 is going to be.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return.
Exactly, Blade Javal.
Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
I mean, canonically at this point, Kaishir has taken over the Bee and is renovating it, so... Yeah, we will find a corpse, and we will bring it back. We'll throw it over the edge. That seems appropriate. That's how they deal with corpses around here. They just toss them over the edge. Woo. Alright, so it makes no sense for him to left without word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. So, let's see if we can find someone who found him. Yeah, we'll pull a weekend at Bernie's with him. Hello, my dear beloved wife. I am definitely alive. It gets awkward the first night they have in bed. With Lord Vothry's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal and no great need for money, it's little wonder businesses we all had were forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. I see. I mean, I'd go with the ground. I will, Zalok. If you're around. Hi, Ross. It's okay, all those bruised organs didn't really need all that blood anyways. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Something amiss? When I last saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath. He talked about some things about concerns, city defenses, made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Vothry, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty because he was just that good! He was so amazing! And some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a few left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you, we'd still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyways, funding permitting, I propose replenishing our ranks with volunteers from Derelict and Gatetown. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, but the surrounding regions of Kalusia, and I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. On that note, we parted ways. That's, I mean, it usually only crashes when someone asks a question, Zalok, so... It does seem to be doing alright, and I usually notice. Usually, not always. Who are you? Okay. Let's go through Shantytown here. You know, those ships out there might have been useful, but, I mean, I guess whatever. Well, you see, Omega Legion. He's just that good. You don't get it, okay? He's so good. He actually reached out and just slapped Midgar's armor and said, "Give me one of your babies." And Midgar's armor was like, "Oh, okay, please. Don't hit me anymore." And later, Ranjit was like, "I'd like to apologize for hitting Midgar's armor in front of everybody." I recall a man fitting that description. Asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come from right. So he wanted to know the state of things down the derelicts, and to be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing. There's plenty. Went high and low for whatever we could scavenge, but barely enough to fill our bellies. The folk down here don't want to survive. They want to thrive! When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself something about finding us work. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts, he asked about the other settlements. After that, I can't say. I mean, okay. I make a lot of fun of Ranjit, so let's remove humor and jocularity for just a moment. Throw that out the window. Ranjit is a threat of the week. I've already said that. And I feel like they decided, rather than putting time and effort and work into him, they just grabbed someone's fanfiction notes and ran with it. That if I found out that was true, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Any luck? I got nowhere myself, but it looks like Alphanum might have. Ah, there you are. How'd you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue to Master Chai's whereabouts? Yeah, here, have these items for some reason. Interesting. Apparently prepared to visit the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore. Yep. Yeah, Kai Lang plays FF14, and they're like, "Hey, we need a character idea," and Kai Lang's like, "I got this." Alright, so where do you go after leaving the city? Got it. He has left the city. They were, I agree. I mean, I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just saying that was legit. Going through all that, 2 emotional finales in a row. I'm still not quite recovered, if I'm being honest. But it's okay. I refilled my sanity meter yesterday with my nieces. I can just teleport up there, can't I? Let's just do that. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I got a random question for y'all just to prove an argument with my sis. So, let's assume someone you really care about, someone who's very close to you, has something really good happen to them. Doesn't matter what, it's irrelevant for the point of the question, okay? Something really good has happened to them and they just want to share it with you because something really good happened to them, okay? Would you want them to, A, tell you about it immediately before it's all settled, like first person kind of a thing, or B, hold on and sit on it until everything's all nice and settled, and then they can tell you in full, here's the totality of what's happening. Which would you prefer? Or neither, or both, or whatever. Let's see, there was a dapper-looking Mistle gentleman. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or lack thereof. There's a lot of people to their promises of meal and a chance of a lavish life. And Vothri thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now. We're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend Chinuz, was it? I'm sure the other said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, but he left soon after. And that was that. Yep, no. Up! 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 Yeah, I know. It's actually faster to do this. Here, I think? Thank God I can do MSQ. Oh. Turns out Master Chai was in Gate Town, too. He spoke of a few of the residents, apparently. They told me they'd never seen such a posh bloke look so miserable. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? I see. Kaishir and I gleaned much the same. He seemed determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain amongst the settlements of Kalusia. An only likely place he has left to go being Amity. If we're quick, we may catch him. So I'm seeing everyone giving an answer, except for Tim, who was dodging the question. Which means Tim is apparently like my sister, because you know what my sister's answer was? I don't care. I was just like, what? It's like, no, I don't care. I mean, unless it affects me, you know, it's whatever. This led to a joking, day-long argument, and by which I've been asking everyone else in their brother and sister and mother and father to be like, hey, what do you think about this? And their response has been, you know, mixed, but it's just been kind of an ongoing thing. Nah, it's okay, Eva, don't worry about it. Or Alpha no Kaishir, what are you doing here? Damn it, Reggie! Stop making her point for her. We might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking for you all over. Ah, looking for me? What for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word, and bade us return to her side. What are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. I suppose she could have overlooked it. When she gets an idea in her head, I can only apologize. Yeah, I'm not going to tell her at all, apparently. Screw it. If I win the lottery, I'll just be like, yep. By the way, I'm moving to... What's an expensive place to live in? What's that stupid town that's literally a town for rich people? In Monaco. I'm moving to Monaco. Just, you know. Now let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Kalusia. That much is true. But I'm by no means the man to solve them. Oh, God, I would never want to live in Beverly Hills. Ugh. Of course, I wouldn't want to live in Monaco, either. I mean, Monaco's there for, you know, avoiding taxes. That's not really a joke, by the way. Del Mar is not a rich people place. Or at least it wasn't when I lived there. Which was in, let's see. Hang on, when was that? I can give you an exact date, actually. Or a year. That would have been 1990 would have been the year I lived in Del Mar. No, I don't wish to sound unkind, but I don't want to live anywhere near my biological family at this point in my life. That gap has never done anything but widen. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel may yet make a mayor of me. Well, with respect, such forethought is itself proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man of whom you speak, whoever it may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what it's worth, we will vouch for you, should he require convincing. Yep, no, we got your back, Mr. Chai. Yeah, no to Manhattan. It's funny that Del Mar is a rich people town now. That's hysterical to me. I mean, granted, it's been 30 years, but still. 32 years. As long as I can remember, all I wanted was to make it into Yolmor, but that dream's gone. Burst like a bubble. Or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't a clue what to do with myself. Spend most days in a daze, but you've been running up and down trying to fix this mess for everyone. I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up to Mount Gold, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're going to steer Yolmor to a better future. I know it. I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. Like run the Queen Bee. Give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. I can't deny it gives me heart. Vegas is actually a pretty nice place to live in, and I'm not joking about that. And by Vegas, I of course mean the towns around Vegas, which are, you know, where most of the old people retire to. But, again, I don't want to live in walking distance of my biological family. So there's this guy, I actually missed his name there, sorry. Rendon, there we go, who was the chief advisor to Vothri's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, Rendon was the left, and between them they kept Yolmor on the road to prosperity. Yeah, Henderson's the big one. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I need to find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he'll listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him in Amity? Might be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. I suppose that makes sense. Alright, let's talk to some people. Yeah, that's the other thing. Moving to another country has been on the table for a while now, even without winning the lottery. Winning the lottery would have to go into serious consideration territory. According to Master Chai, the Rendon fellow occupied a position of considerable influence, which begs the question, why did he leave? I reckon Yolmor could learn a thing or two from Amity on standing on its own feet. Then again, so could I. Which country? There's a few options. Finland's been on the list. Sweden's been on the list. That's it so far, but I realize it was me who suggested speaking with Tristal, but who's to say he will be any more receptive than Rendon? Why should any of them give me the time of day? Whatever. I do like nearly accidentally getting killed. That's a fun thing to happen. Greetings, friend, and you too, Master Chai. I assume you're here to seek after Rendon. I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, Vothri is gone. Yolmor wants for leader, and should no one rise to the challenge, the city could collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel. But, given how abominably you were treated here, I understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yolmor. I would not see you suffer Vothri's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see. Little patience for anyone he deems less committed than his own. No, Shadow Machine. Oh, you're back. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let go of those feelings. Give yourself to the resolve side of the Force. I mean, if I could, like, retire to a specific spot in a video game under peacetime, you know, none of the usual niggles that come with it, there's a lot of options that would open up there, I'm just saying. And Persona 5, again, if we presume the niggles are not there, such as, you know, the main plot, would actually work out pretty well. After all, you know, they still have things like indoor plumbing and refrigeration and air conditioning.
Well, well, it's you again. And I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's.
Well, yeah, Persona 5 is better than Japan. What?
They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Forthry's villainy. The famous warriors of darkness.
I mean, among other things, they speak English in Persona 5.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Forthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Forthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Forthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us.
Damn it, I can't think of one right now. Hang on. Oh, come on! I was gonna do a Liberty Prime quote, but I can't find any all of a sudden. Ah! Oh, well. Death is preferable to communism. There we go.
The distinction between free and bonded died with Vor-3. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on.
You can see the Dwarven village from here.
Not even a politician. I am an entrepreneur.
Like, you see that? The festival's still up from the Near Quest.
My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I'd rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems. At first, I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
It sounds a lot like Urian J, yeah. And yeah, it's funny, Zed Slayer, because it seems weird, but actually if you think about it for a minute, it makes absolutely perfect sense. What is it we do? Like, really? We go around and we deal with big problems and big villains and things that need to be removed from power. What's the definition of a tyrant? Think about it. Although someone stole Varys from us, so, we didn't get that one. Alright, is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you'll agree, therefore, the matter of the dwindling food stores is the most pressing. We already did that, Omega Legion. More than once, technically. Ah, yes, meal being neither a desirable nor sustainable option, I will assume alternative foodstuffs are not required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not likely to contribute as much to society, save violence. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer and I will consider offering you my proposal. Combination of measures seems in order. One to address supply, and another of production. Go on. For the present, we need to just eat meal. Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. I actually mentioned this when we first hit Kalusia, if you remember. I talked about land going fallow and the consequences thereof. The villages that once served as sources of trade foodstuff must be repopulated and their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, we can rekindle relations with neighbors, guaranteeing security and stability, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding offer. Also, take good care of your sheep. Sheep are a godsend when it comes to food. Sheep and cows both, but I don't see any cows around here. My, think of all that by yourself, did you? Well, yes, it's a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. Yep, he's seizing the means of production. Communism is the very definition of failure. You've impressed me, Chinas. I have? Well, that's a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support. Only my attention. Grand plans will not persuade the masses. If you would ask to rebuild, you must provide the means. Ah, fair port, and one to which I've given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment of maintenance of these settlements. Yeah, you probably want to get some roads going, too. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos, but the Daedalus Stonework closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of necessary equipment, people would starve before your plan could be put into effect. Well, as heir to the Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens Talos are my field of expertise. With a little help, I'm certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Hi, Pontonhober. Yes, we will use stone hands to rebuild our paradise, and then we will make a new, secure society. Oh, sorry. Ahem. Brendan's right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we don't have, so we're going to make use of the long-abandoned Talos. But, okay. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required should be at the top rung. Come with me. Yeah, what if we just start invading other planets and taking their food and using it to sustain our population? Oh, and also, while we're on the subject, let's take their people and take them back as slaves to offset our worker problem. That way we'll have more people to work things and more food to feed them. Win-win. Just throw it on Talos. How do you catch a Talos? Dig a hole and lure it in? I wonder if that would work. It's one thing to repair an immobile Talos, but as Oriange did, but quite another to catch one. Doesn't that sound dangerous? Eat the dwarves! Hey, there's your food supply right there. We got a whole town worth of food up there. The chest contains canister filled with a dastardly potent insulating powder, capable of halting the flow of ether in a Talos, thus disabling without damaging. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it'll be a simple enough matter to make the march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I ask you to do the deed, but as I've said before, it's high time we do it ourselves. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. You say that. A good throwing arm and the arc and the calculation thereof is harder to do than it sounds. It's not cannibalism, but it is another term which I don't care for. But it is an accurate term. It's called Eaters of Other Sentience. Essentially, it's as bad as cannibalism. It just, qualifies for multiple sentient sapient species. If I eat a Mon Calamari or an Ewok or whatever, then I am an eater of other sentience, which is horrible. Yeah, no, the 5.x quests are pretty legit, I agree. I mean, usually the patch quests are legit, so that's not super strong. I have already given this story arc a positive, and I'll probably give it more before we're done. Yeah, we still need to come up with a few things for that. But anyways, either Master tries off his nut, or this means more to him than he's been letting on. How do you... Nothing to worry about, just a simple matter of sneaking up on a Talos while avoiding slavering bloodthirsty beasts lurking by every rock. Child's play! There's little point us both shouting instructions. Keep them safe, Lore. Yeah, this is going to be a fun little thing. When he first tried, I could barely hear him over the knocking of his knees. Now this. I don't know what's gotten into him, but whatever it is, I like it! Did it. And yes, because cows are not sentient and sapient. Hey, more enemies. Cool. So they're not an issue, but he's an issue. Go! I mean, if you don't want to eat cows, that's your business and no judgment. I ate a cow yesterday, so, you know. Well, not a whole cow. That's a lot of meat. Can you imagine? A whole cow. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Lore. Are you sure? That should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Reunion. Reunion. Rejoining. I guess that's our thing in 14. Team, I misjudged Master Chai. There may be hope for Yulmore. Maybe. Our friend returns with Nary a scratch. Well done. Yeah, I thought about getting him killed just for fun, but you know. Just to see, you know, just to watch him get pulped. I suppose believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Yeah, maybe you should go home to your wife right about now. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmar's food store shows forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at the Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You're more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmar. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I'm wholly ignorant of the world of politics. Probably... And look, my character leans in. Probably a good thing. Leans out. That's why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold those talents, I will have no doubt they will lend you your support. I mean, they already voted for him. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is in capable hands, would you not agree? I mean, there wasn't much further down they could go from Vothri.
Right then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
I like Casual's response, Mr. Red. No, if Vothri had, food.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos!
Well, no.
Call the guard!
No. Hey, it was edible, Cashel. It provided calories. It provided Oculus. Communism will be eradicated.
Stay back! All of you!
But they're just standing there. A man's invading with 3 Telos. Funny thing, that man would probably succeed. Oh my god, meal wine. Fermented meal. Think about it.
Darling, you're back.
Just about anything can be turned into alcohol. As long as there's sugar in it.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see...
Dearest, I can't...
Well, he's dead.
Oh dear.
Well, alright, so, who's our runner-up for Mayor of Yulmore? Thank you, Oculus, for the sub. He actually has to cast healing on him. He actually has to heal him. I love it. You know where you want to put that, Oculus? Do please let me know.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
I am ready to be your supreme ruler. Alright, that was my speech. Now, as I go up this golden staircase up to my office, I say to you, avert your eyes.
Oh, how wonderful!
No, careful, we just healed it. We just healed him.
Dearest, please!
Hey, what's that instant cast ability for healers that all healers have? I usually use it for reses, but hang on. There, swift cast, quick! Oh, hang on. That was quite a reception. One master child will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talus has seized the public's attention. Once word is spread around Yulmore, it'll be much simpler to gather one and all so he can make his inaugural address. Force Unleashed, you got it. You know, that's a good point, Valvedrix. He's already survived 2 assassination attempts. I dare say the future of Yulmore never looked brighter. Sorry I wasn't much help. Still, seeing Master Char go after this Talus was something, huh? Yes, we must have our inaugural address. Once he's caught his breath, of course. Ooh, we're inside a Talos. Become one with the Talos. Thank you again for finding my husband. I confess I was not expecting your return to be quite so grand. That dear sweet man, he's gonna make the most wonderful mayor. No need to fret. I've never felt better. Not to be overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses. It's where to do it. I'll offer to accommodate everyone. And the only place large enough with the emergent. Okay. You, Kaishir, right? Tell everyone. Okay. Good lad. Goes without saying, I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend. Yeah, sure. No, I'm kidding. I care. I'm actually rather invested. Actually, hang on. Yeah, it's probably faster to do this. Nice outfit. Several, actually, Evo. Assassin's Creed Odyssey comes to mind immediately. Screw that game.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning.
Ignore the literal chest of gold and rubies behind them.
As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Forthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future.
This is a great cutscene and all, but I just noticed the gargantuan, like 5-foot-tall golden mug in the background there.
However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you.
But keep in mind, if you decide not to work, we will toss you into the ocean.
But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations, and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
Nice framing of the Talos in the background there. I hate how they clap in this game. This is not a clap. The Viera are actually clapping. Admittedly, the economist in me finds this whole situation fascinating, because Valerian is correct. The gold is temporarily worthless, but will eventually be worthwhile, but only like 3 or 4 steps down the line. What they need to do, so the whole purpose of currency, really, is to be a universal modicum of exchange. Now that's useless unless there are things that are already in position to be transited. So what I mean by that is there need to be literal trade routes already established and hooked up between the collusion area and the surrounding areas that have already started transitioning goods, large-scale goods between areas, in order to have something that is worth trading in currency. Because otherwise, it doesn't fulfill its purpose. There's no point behind it. So gold is like, turning all that gold into, probably literally smelting it down into currency is probably like step 5 or 6 on the line here. But anyways, I'm going to stop talking about that. It was a good scene. It was a good scene. Oh, excuse me. Wasn't he wonderful? Seeing him take charge of the room as he did reminds me why I fell for him in the first place. I did. It was awful, Ross. It was just... I actually talked about this yesterday? Yeah. It's flat Pepsi. It's just Pepsi syrup. That's all it is. It's terrible. The city of final pleasures, they used to call this place back when the world was ending, but now it'll become the city of new endeavors. Oh, I like that. Yeah, it was flat. It was just flat. It's like, what the hell is this nonsense? It'll go down smooth. Uh-huh. Hang on, let me have some seltzer water. There we go. Much better. It was a fine speech. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I learned anything from all this, it's that change begins with the individual. It is but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Umorians can, it'll be an honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals. Honestly, probably a lot. The idea that Yulmore has a military at all is frankly a joke. As presented, because obviously we have some MMO scale going on. But like, if you actually look at Yulmore, this place should probably be able to field maybe a squad of like 8 people. And that's honestly probably it. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai. You got a moment? Yeah, what's up? Oh, that's true. They got 3 Talos now. Yeah, exactly. I'm for Valerian. That's me. I liked your speech, but there's folk outside who don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow. If you have a plan to change that, I want to help get that into motion. Well, we got much to discuss. There's literally bundles of fruit lying around. Let's get some redistribution going around here. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Yep. I keep joking about taking over the world, but let me be very clear. If I take over the world, I will not have time to do the things I want to do, because I'll be busy running the world. You know what's funny is I think we haven't actually seen that except in the cinematic at this point, Omega Legion. We do see it later. I'd resolved to remain here until what time of Yulmore's future is secured, but I think we're good. Also, I need to go home. My planet needs me. I wonder what they could do with those ships, too. If there's anything worth salvaging there. There might not be. That's a good question, said Slayer. Like, I'll improve all the problems of the world, but you'll never see me again because I'll be buried in a mountain of paperwork and purveyors. Yep, you're going to the B. I know, I actually talked about this when you first showed up. Go to the B. I mean, I could do reality streams. Alright, today we're talking about... What's on the schedule today? Alright. Let's see. Some idiot wants to... What's something really dumb and obvious and stupid that people do? Put something safe I can make fun of might be a better way to phrase that. Yeah, lore span. Oh, okay, hang on. This guy claims his neighbor stole his sheep. Oh, hang on, wrong set up thing. There we go. Alright, well, the problem with that is this is the modern age. So we have 700,000 pieces of evidence that this didn't happen. So I'm going to tell him he's a moron and move on. Next. Alright, we've got a thing here about people wanting Tide Pods to eat. Okay. If you eat a Tide Pod, you're dumb. We're not going to help you through that because you're an idiot. That's on your own head. Next question. Let's see here. Someone was carried away by a moonlit shadow. Alright, shoot that person immediately. They're trying to summon Cthulhu. Alright, let's see here. It would be easier, Tim. Oh, yep, hang on. My niece still wants... Actually, no. My sister, her mother, and myself successfully convinced my niece that she actually needs to take over Iceland instead of Greenland. Oh, hang on. Someone's playing Ride to Hell Retribution unironically. I'm going to go ahead and get the military involved in that one. The expedition to Alpha Centauri already left, Paranoid Android. As you know, since you're watching me from the ship right now. We decided not to name it the Unity because we know how that works. You know, you never name something a ship ironically. It's just going to cause issues. So we called it the Gonna Screw Up. So, fare thee well on the USS Gonna Screw Up. Hang on. Mr. Red wants to have nerve stapling. Alright, let's see. Yep, I'm gonna need you to assassinate Mr. Red immediately for even mentioning nerve stapling. There we go. Alright, what else we got here? Should seem Alice has yet to return from the inn at Journey's Head. Oh yeah, speaking of streaming a lot, I've actually already coordinated with my sister, so I will be streaming next Monday as a bonus stream. Probably. That actually, there's something that might interrupt that. They might need my help with something. But unless that happens, which is kind of unlikely, I will go ahead and be streaming next Monday. So, FYI. Exactly, Evo. You gotta name things right. In the course of preparing more Orosite, we've made significant discovery. Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute, I suppose. Congratulations. Glad tidings from Yulmore did precede thy coming. I will see you, Thankard and Reen, hear of these momentous events. Yep, we'll do that when we do the Eden stuff. My next non-streaming day would be next Monday. We're actually going with a full 7 weeks, or 7-day week, over the next 2 weeks. Welcome back. We are given to understand the new... Because, yeah, we're done with Streaminations, right? So Sunday is going to be streaming games. It's fine, Oculus. They'll figure it out. Plans for Friday. I think Illumination goes live. Hang on, let me check the website. Get groceries at some point. I mean, I've got a lot of groceries right now. I actually stocked up this last Sunday on purpose. I got a bunch of potatoes, and so I'm going to try something new. I got a few eggs, potatoes, and some pickles. And I'm going to just basically, like, chop the crap out of everything and effectively make... like my own form of potato salad. This is a complete experiment. I have no idea if it's going to work well or not. I'm also going to put a lot of pepper in it because I love pepper. And we'll see. We'll see how it works. Anyways. So, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after considerable soul-searchings chose to accept the post. It's a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech. Yeah, it was actually a good speech. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I did want to give that scene a positive. It's actually a pretty good positive. The requirement for joining the Discord is one of the mods have to be on. You cannot, Oculus. You can never donate. Unless it's a video game, in which case most video games we stream get a rumination automatically. So you can always donate for a rumination. Tell me, how fared you in presenting the White Aura site? What? And yeah, you're right, it's a bug's life. It's funny that lands on April 1st. That's completely unintentional, too. Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference and concluded at length the White Aura site is ill-suited for our purposes. But, Arianje, did you not say that compared to the massy soul of an Ascian, the stone could house ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Beck Lugg's invaluable insight, 'twould seem prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the invaluable link twixt mind and soul. A link which we did but belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Aura sight doth require. Thus the shedding of fleshly simulacra, the surfeit of ether which compriseth them, would unlikely deprive us of our psyches as well. Brain death. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Aura sight instead, but that would require more than likely kill your souls in the process, which is why we've abandoned that plan, and instead have devoted time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. So, one whole patch and we've got nothing. When our discussions turn to transference of memories and psyche, I can help you reminder of a technique of which I have personal experience. Do you recall what we learned from Doga Unune? The royal eye of the Alagon imperial line, gifted to my forebears through blood and memories? It is by this gift I can control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology the Alagons use to accomplish this transference, maybe we could keep mind and soul together. Wait, we can actually use Alagon tech for good? Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also Justin T. That is our current avenue of investigation, and if we will follow it wheresoever Justin T leads. Ooh, strawberry ice cream. Strawberry ice cream. With cake batter. And sprinkles. And that's it. Nope, white chocolate chips. There we go. So Clone Wars Season 7 is something that's being funded right now, Oculus. But there will never again be a show rumination, ever. Those are done, dead, and gone. However, show streaminations are the format going forward, having been proven firmly and conclusively through the MLP series. So, like, right now, several shows are already funded, including Justified, Arcane, and Tangled. And I think there's a couple of Star Wars shows that are currently funded, or very high funding, I forget which. You can check the streaminations page. I've got the whole thing up there. I think at best, lore return to the source and inform Kryl and the others. Yep. Bye, Evo. Good writing. Is it Mando? Okay. How much of Mando is funded? Because I usually clarify that. Yet, Season 1 and Season 2. Okay, that's what I thought. Give our regards to Totaro, won't you? Of course. Mark my words, we will unlock the secrets of the Alagon Eye and see the others returned home. There was a time when I thought these eyes a curse, you know, but for what they've enabled me to do, and what they may yet make possible, I see now they are a blessing. Yeah, I've noticed that, Mike Romano. Prodigy and Lower Decks are the only shows even on the list, and neither of them are super well funded right now. With the benefit of our combined knowledge and the aids of the first leading authorities on Soulcraft, surely we'll be able to find a solution. Beck Lugg insists we resume work forthwith, but I grow weary at the thought. What I would not give for a cup of tea and a vanilla tart. Hey, I could get you some Archon loaf. I pray link the bodies to your world will endure a while longer. Yep, the silver cord needs to keep being. A little bit. Come on. There we go. I don't know anything about Justified, really. I looked into it to make sure it was a show worth a darn when it was first added to the list, and I was like, okay. And honestly, I couldn't even tell you what I looked up back then. It's gone. Don't worry, I made Archon Loaf enough for everyone. Archon Loaf, excuse me, Archon Loaf. So if anybody wants some Archon Loaf, here you go. It's a nice platter. Take your piece. Let everything go. Wait, don't tell me. Kryl and the others will be ashore shortly. Okay. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. I'm so sorry, Justin.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Justinian!
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin?
The Emperor's dead. That's a good place to start.
After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos Ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there, for no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn. What's wrong?
Mother! Remember when we cut off in the middle of this moment last time? Oh, I guess this isn't voice acted. I've seen him in action, his body at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you'll join me, then by all means. For what good it'll do. Yeah, no offense, but I actually don't think Gaius and Estinian could best Xenos at full tilt. They could hang, but I don't think they could beat. In case you missed that, he just grabbed the spear that was being used to attack him by the pointed end and used it to fling Estinian. No, Octus, I don't know why it would be doing that. Simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Don't take that out of context. Truly, there's no place like home. Yeah, can we have dual text at least? Please, Square? It's such a cool idea. Whatever he is, lore was barely a match for him if we stay here much longer. Bravaris, your Radiance, are you alright? Oh yeah, you have to deal with all that nonsense now. Your Radiance, no! Just even the most middling of sport be spoiled. The world conspires to bore me! But I have no cause to remain. I'll leave these vermin to you. And Xenos can do that now. So that sucks. Any ideas? Just one. Nice shot! Sorry. Just... Intruder has taken flight. I repeat, Intruder has taken flight. Deploy all magic to take armor. We cannot let them escape. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I actually did. So yeah, time to play the best Dragoon in the game. Sorry, Rax. Such devastation was his intention. Hey, it's my armor. He's just innately sprinting. If Estinian can innately sprint, why can't we? I was noticing his movement speed was higher than it should be. And I love it. Like it was an immediate variance in playstyle. Look at that. Why can't I do this, Square? Are you saying we're fat, Zetslayer? Just call it out. It's okay. We're fat. I get it. I get it. You realize we're also the Azure Dragoon. I'm just saying. I love how the twins are just harassing us. We can't even attack them. They're just there. Yeah, you know what? Apparently I just need to start grouping with a scholar all the time. So I can sprint all over the place. Yeah, I'm not sure where to look outside. I'm paying attention. We'll see. Look at it, we're just innately sprinting. Looking around, looking around. I suggest we split up. Alright. See you outside. Stay safe. Whip, whip. Oh, it totally is, Dakota. No doubt. Square does a lot of model reuse, and they should. It's a smart move. So stuff outside of 14 is used in 14, and vice versa. I mean, how many of the Dissidia NT models did they use for the Omega stuff, for example? So... slight plot twist. This is actually, believe it or not, a lead up to the weapons chain, which we'll be doing sometime later this week. You would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Needhog. Lend me your strength. Yeah, no, this is super plus on good. I remember this took a while last time. It'll probably be a little bit less bad with, you know, very easy mode on. Yeah, the pilot's rather exposed there. Yeah, the Garleans aren't as bad as the Elegons, but that's not saying much. You know? Oh, hey, we've got a couple more abilities. Now we're the best Dragoon. Sorry, Rex. Yeah, you can kind of see outside there, just barely. Hang on, let's see if I can... there you go. You can see a little bit of outside there. The stuff that's not exploding right now. Okay, that's what I thought. Just making sure my buttons. Very appropriate music choice. No, actually, Zacta, I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. Hang on. Oh, good. I mean, good that you reported it, not good that the error's there. Yeah, no, Estinian... So, let's be very clear. Estinian is high tier. Let's get that out of the way. The fact that he's not at our level doesn't mean Estinian is not high tier. He's probably one of the highest tiers NPCs running around now that Varus is gone. Yeah, he's actually a Dark Knight, you know, without the problems associated therewith. Oh yeah, Xenos is obviously... I hate myself for admitting it, but Xenos is the actual highest tier one who isn't us. And yeah, Estinian does have that built-in limit break with being able to tap into Needhog's soul. Yeah, as I say, we've got Garaha, who's obviously on another planet, but still pretty high tier therewith. And then we've got Gaius, who is pretty up there. We've got Estinian, who is honestly higher than Gaius, and of course we have Xenos. I feel like I missed someone there, but it doesn't matter. And Ranjit's the strongest! That sounds like something I've seen before, Takoya, but I don't remember what game that was. Oh! I'm thinking of Trials of Mana, where you could kind of change your class by going with dark or light and then in between. Except, like, more and better. Because that sounds awesome to me. Oh, I know, Omega Legion. They want that title. They're hungry for it. I suppose I'll just go for it.
Taste my lance!
Gaius is more skilled, but I think Estinian would win in a duel, mostly because of the fact that Estinian has a built-in limit break. In lore. So not even like a gameplay mechanic. He has a lore limit break. That being said, I'm with you. Gaius is very skilled, and obviously more useful in ways other than simply fighting. I say without hyperbole that I hope we manage to actually convert Gaius to our side, so to speak. No spoilers, no mentioning. Just, yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying, Gaius would be an extraordinarily useful ally. Just very, very useful. Even just pragmatically, you know?
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Why?
Peer into my past, did you?
Sorry. I really can't control it.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter.
It's not...
Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
Yep.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
Look.
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
Yeah, by the way, you thought last time was a power struggle? This time is a lot messier.
Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose.
The one thing I'm thankful to him for.
Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces.
Kryl. If it comes to civil war, this is civil war. I don't think people have realized that yet.
Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention.
Yeah, as I say, we all know the warlord's concept, but in this situation, this is more like the classical concept of warlords. Each legion's legatus, for all intents and purposes, has a claim on the throne right now. And there's a lot of them. And then we have Gaius, the rogue, except Gaius has a lot of loyalty and rep built up. Not traditional political capital, but if Gaius wanted to make a play for power, he would get a good faction going at his back, too.
He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead.
That is true, Omega Legion, but you do realize that actually works in his favor, right? Think about the members of, just for off the top of my head, the Popularis, who would be in favor of Gaius because they think he just killed the Emperor.
Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware, though we still know next to nothing, It can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Very true, Scion.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Still a bit of the Dark Knight there, but, you know.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
You know how I know Estinian is super strong? He's my height. I mean, how many non-Rogadins are as tall as me? There's not a big list. Yeah, not even Orion J is my height.
Should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
So if you're wondering why this is this big old wrap-up thing, this is the end of patch 5.1. And the transition into 5.2. Yeah, I'll talk to a few people really quick. Not that I expect any less, but it's good to see you home and unharmed. I'm pleased to report the Arinvald and his fellow primal hunters have upheld the peace while you're away. Oh yeah, and I believe that's when the short story about Fordola happens. It's while we've been away. A pleasure to see you, Lore. I cannot imagine what sort of world the first is, or the adventures you had, but you returned safe and sound, and that's a great comfort. By the way, how old is Kryl? Could someone look that up, please? I'm actually curious myself. No, I'm going to go ahead and start 5.2. I'm going to take a brief break. I'm actually running really low on water. 23. Wow. Well, you see, Narset. Everyone, I need you to assassinate Narset as quickly as possible, please. Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, looks like Horny Lady left. Along with her two horny targets. The brothers. Oh, absolutely, Mr. Red. I mean, that's presumption, but... Although they have yet to find a workable solution, Yashtol and the others are making progress. We cannot ask more than that. Yeah, every time you ask, it gets pushed back another week. You think that's bad? I'm still really tempted to shove up the WoW BC run. Just BC, probably, not the whole WoW run, but, you know. Meanwhile, yeah, we're not even at 5.2 yet. We got one more cutscene. It's 30 minutes long. So speaking of Garlemald, traitors, you would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne. From 3rd Legion, by the way. Yeah, about that civil war. I think we can officially say it started. Onward, 1st Legion. Before this day is done, victory will be ours. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing, like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. Alright. That Hugh, your soul is... Who are you? A good voice actor. Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiarch. Oh yeah, Xenos could end the war, like, very quickly. In multiple ways. He just doesn't give a damn. Because he's all about the hunt! The hunt! Meanwhile! Sorry, there's another meanwhile. My bad. Maybe there are 30 minutes of cutscenes here. Did you hear the mayor's reopened the Daedalus Stoneworks? They're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages, too. They're even laying on free talos for anyone willing to make the move. It's an old trick. Free talos, we better get packing. Steady work, board, lodging. It's not a recipe for hope. I don't know what is. Uh-oh, it's the evil one. Yeah. Oh, never mind. It's just Ardbert. We're cool. Everything's fine. We got Ardbert. It's cool. What's up, buddy? Yeah, so long as I live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. Dun, 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 wah, 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 wah. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. 30 go to 10. Now I'm going to pause briefly, grab some water, stretch a little bit. And yeah, BRB. Lord, what a pleasant surprise! I didn't see you standing there. Come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Matoya's treatment has proven effective. But we still have a ticking clock, so go to the first and figure it out. Upon the interruption, I come bearing urgent news. Hey, Maxima. What's up? Forgive me, I don't think we've been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Alden, offering what counsel I can in hopes of resolving the present conflict in the Empire. Ah, yes, I've heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you had urgent news? Indeed, as you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in the middle of a massive freaking civil war. A sizable portion of Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving all Omegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is where we may have welcomed our most unexpected visitor who claims that de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Alden has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He's requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation. Time seems to be of the essence. Very well. He'll not be attending alone. Though I am not as well versed in the affairs of the city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all this. I got this, but okay. No, we're not doing the weapons today, probably. Oh, no kidding, Omega Legion. Which may sound like an advantage, and it is, but it's also a very dangerous advantage. It is a tread with care. Warlords are problematic. And thank you, Eric Neo. Always and ever. The dealer's choice, you got it. Which means, wow, or I mean... it kind of does. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. That's the goal, Leander. The goal is 5.4. I don't know if we're going to reach that today. We'll see. We'll see. Commander Alden waits us at the Royal Palace. It's the only way, Ross. Yeah, I remember 5.3 being a beast. Hi, Gaius, again. Join me, Gaius. Join me! I mean, sorry.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark.
Yeah, I killed the single most powerful and terrifying thing in the setting, and permanently secured victory in multiple ways, and also saved an entire planet, arguably twice. What have you been up to?
Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
I mean, and the first at this point. Just saying.
Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
I think Gaius got slapped in the face, Mr. Red. People do tend to change after that. I also think they should have let us decide this, rather than just being like, oh, I'm gonna get you. And no choice
As you are
involved.
doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
I don't know how many of you can hear that little voice clip, because it's pretty quiet, but the timing of that was perfect. just absolutely perfect. Thank you, Stuart, very much for the sub. If you happen to know where you want to put that, to allocate that, do please let me know. Yeah, Kirby. I mean, if you think about it, Kirby would absolutely Shrek FF14 because he's Kirby. Speaking of which, really quick, super quick, I got to play a fairly large amount of Forgotten Land, whatever, yesterday with my niece. It's really good. I'll tell you more about it after we're out of a cutscene. Don't let me forget.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
Yeah, honestly, forgive me for statescrafting a little bit here, but we needed to sit down with Gaius and Maxima and be like, alright, look, you know the good from the bad better than we do. Point us to the cancer and we'll carve it out. Scalpel, right? Remove people like Jackass, Creepmonger, I can't actually remember his name, and try to, you know, just clean that out a little bit. Get some bleach in there.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
And that's the weapon chain, which we'll be doing later.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I agree, Five. And frankly, not in a good way.
Border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
No, I can do optional content whenever. It's cool. I will shut up about them, Leander. Thus to not spoil your mood or opinion. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. Not really. We can ill afford to ignore the plight of the new Ultima weapon. With each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows more perilous. So, convene with me before you go back to the first. Alright, what's up? I take it ready to turn to the first? Yep. Yeah, you notice they also have a lot of layers, which makes sense considering they live in a frozen hellscape. Well, I'm not spoiling, Leander. I just don't want to spoil your opinion. Which I've already done because if you're paying attention, literally everybody in chat, including me, just said that those quests suck. Hi, Omega. Die! There we go. That's what you get for making the weapons chain, which sucks! Alright, so. See, now I'm a Stynian. Well, actually, no. Now I'm a Stynian. There we go. Hang on. No, my sprint! My sprint! Of course, look at your namesake, Omega Legion. I don't think it's as bad as the near stuff either. Yeah, by the way, we're actually like 8 quests till the dungeon, and that's like at the end of 5.2, so we've got a bit before we get there. Not yet, Dream Whisperer, don't worry, we'll get there. You've come at the most opportune time. I've made something of a breakthrough. What have you been up to? You know, Civil War and Ultimate Weapons and Ruby Weapon, I think is the first one, and then Emerald, and then Sapphire, and then Diamond, I think? It's a weird order to go in. Really weird.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
Oh yeah, don't let me forget to talk about WoW, too. I swear it's relevant.
A new Ultima weapon? We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white auracite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
I like the name Big Whale better, personally, but...
However...
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within auracite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allagan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
I mean, I'm not the one you had to say that to, girl. I'm fine.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
Mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
I apparently need to turn off these glasses because you think they're intended as a joke. I didn't put these on to be a joke. I just thought they looked good.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Like, I've always been a Shades person since I was quite young. And then, you know, Matrix showed up, and I don't know if you've ever paid attention to the specifics of the different... There's something like 15 different stylized versions of sunglasses in the Matrix, and I was really tempted to buy a few of them because they made them. They made, you know, reproduction versions of them. The problem was, of course, I needed these. Nowadays, of course, I can actually wear shades if I want to, because technology has marched onwards, and there's such a thing as prescription shades. But, point remaining. It may simply be on my imagination, but Lena has been rather brusque with me of late. I don't suppose she's still upset over the mishap with the salmon fillet, do you think? Well, you know. Never have I seen such a repository of knowledge, a stark reminder of what little we know of the world. Upon White Aurosite's crystalline foundations, we have built not a prison, but a refuge. Would that Moonbrita was here to see the wonders inspired by her research. To think we will not only have Xenos to contend with once we return, but a new Ultima weapon as well. Don't worry, I'll handle those raids myself. Why must all our enemies insist on returning from the graves? Thank you! I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it would be good to step outside for a bit of fresh air. Okay, so that, alright, that's a complex answer, Reggie Rock, but it's very simple. So people who have eye issues don't have, how do I explain this? The exact requirement of what your position of your eyes is, where their focusing range is, and how they're approached together. There's 3 layers of what your eyes see in terms of how we register this kind of thing for prescriptions, right? So you could put in a store-bought set of glasses which just magnify, for example, and that might help. Or they might minimize, for example, which help. And you might get reading glasses is a common thing. Those don't really fix your eyes or fix your vision. They just kind of move it out or move it in. What you would need, if for your specific eyes, is you need a very specific prescription for your eye. It's why, for example, some of you who saw the recent cooking stream with my sister, and by recent I mean about 2 months ago, where she and I actually swapped glasses, and I still couldn't see anything. Like, I was basically like this in her glasses, because my prescription, my eyes are substantially more out of focus than hers. I've been using a computer since I was like 6, so that's just the consequence of that. My prescription has actually been slowly drifting towards more severe the older I get, and there's nothing to be done about that. The only solution to that is a permanent surgery, and even that would actually only be a temporary solution, because then my eyes would once again continue to drift back out of focus by continued usage of computers. Now, I do things to try and minimize that damage because technology moves on and we have stuff. Like, actually, these specific things are the, I forget what they're called, but they're the tinted version that reduces some of the glare and some of the artifacts, the lighting artifacts. So I can actually use these, and it's, you can't tell, I'm sure, but if I look at it like right there, I can see the coloration differences versus like looking at it right there. It's most obvious on whites. And I do a couple other things to try and help it out, and there's eye stretches and all that fun stuff. But the long and the short of it is that that's just my life, and that's how it's going to be. And yeah, if you're working in IT, you pretty much require these kind of glasses at this point in time. Anyways, I have been overruled on the glasses, so that sucks. What else have I got? What about this? Nah. There we go. Perfect! I'll just wear that helmet. That'll be perfect. There we go. I'll wear that helmet. I think that fits very, very well. Let's do this. Just so people shut up. But in exchange, we're streaming WoW right after this. So, we have little time, so I'll be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask your assistance in slaying it. A Sin Eater? I'd heard a few remained after the night return, but maybe we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It's only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting along the Warrior of Darkness will be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men will do well to lead from your example. So... there's a... yeah, this is really transparent. Back when I used to raid lead, there's a very common problem that would befall people, and it happens to everyone in every aspect of every life ever. What it boils down to is people get complacent because it's easy, which makes it hard. I'll use the raid example. So we've raided Karazhan, and we've beaten Karazhan. And it's like, alright, well, let's go back through. And we end up failing on bosses that we crushed weeks ago because no one's trying anymore. That kind of complacency causes a lot of issues. Because, yeah, people just turn your brains off. It's like, oh, I've done this before. I actually have had a theory for years that this is why most car accidents happen. Obviously, there's some car accidents caused by people who are idiots or lose themselves for a second or road rage or whatever. But I do believe that a lot of driving incidents happen because driving's so normal that most people don't try while they're driving. They don't have to. They've got this, right? And you get the idea. I mean, she's clearly his granddaughter, Blade Traval, so that's exactly how I say it. And yeah, but yeah, bringing this back to less horrifying circumstance. Yeah, exactly, US Corp. It's like, alright, hang on. Got an AoE rotation. Not putting up my thing, just hitting Z and C and Z and C over and over and over and over. And yeah, I do this sometimes too, because I'm drifting my attention away to the stream. You get the idea. So, you wait a moment here, I'll gather the others. I mean, I'm not saying you always have to be on, because nobody can be. Just, you know, take that in mind. I believe you, Cashel. Especially people with long commutes. How many of you, either currently or in the past, have an hour-plus commute to get to work? You may not remember, but you may have met these soldiers before, if only in passing. Long have they awaited an opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field or holding a blade again fills me with dread. But that's no way to honor her or my comrades, and so I returned. I swear I will not let you down, this day or forwards. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Truly. It seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride an Amaro to go save the Oracle. Strange to think the Ilmorian soldiers we once locked blades with are on our side, but we'll do our utmost to keep the peace in Lakeland. Yeah, my commute's insane nowadays. I gotta go so far from my bed to the... No, I'm joking. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked to escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. My name's Thaler. I'm sure you don't remember, but we once met in the infirmary. I actually do remember that. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little I know I was already talking to him. Don't give up, don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serves a reminder of their import. My friend got to see the Knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. There are countless others who were not so fortunate. They gave their lives for a promise of a future they'll never know, so it falls on us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we will not give up, and we will not give in. So, let's not keep them waiting. I actually do enjoy recreational driving. Which I have to phrase it that way, because I don't know what else to call it. Hi, Bragwin. Glomp. Honk. Like, you know, going out for a drive on the countryside or a good driving road. Or actually doing some proper racing around a track at a track day. That's fun stuff. I love that. Normal everyday driving I hate, but, you know, that's because I'm paying attention the entire time. I mean, there's a very good chance that if I, you know, turned my brain off while driving, I would literally not be alive right now. Because of the accident back in January. So, it's not like I don't get it, you know?
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself. Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No. I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light? Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be him, the warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin-Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time.
Actually, that's kind of a cool idea, Liam.
But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
You're an idiot. Go hug your granddad. Yeah, no, you're an idiot. Go hug your granddad.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
As long as there's a hug in there somewhere, that's all I really care about. Sis was making fun of me because some of my viewers have gotten to the point of actually telling me I need to work less, and that's apparently the first she's heard of it. She's like, look, if the people who actually consume your entertainment tell you to do less, maybe you're working too hard. And I'm like, look. Actually, we're going to take a quick detour here. Depends on if he's using the battery of the tower or not, Mr. Red. God's sakes. Ah! God damn it. don't know what you're talking about, Zero. There's actually apparently quite a few glasses. I was looking up different options. But these are the only ones that actually look kind of like my ones here. So, they will have to do. Oh, right. I should probably resume. Where's the quest? Oh, right. Fun fact, almost every picture I saw was on Mikote females, so I had to interpret a little bit. Because neither of those things are true for me. An adventurer calling himself a warrior of light. Why would anyone tie themselves to the legacy of individuals held such in low regard? Why, indeed? Warriors of light, harbingers of the flood, and all the world's woes, that a wanderer would so boldly claim their title is most curious indeed. 'Tis strange to think how a hero so beloved by the people can be brought so low in so short a time. Often it tells me a warrior of light has slain a sin-eater. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what to make of this. Ah, yes, I was hoping to speak with you about... on second thought, never mind. It'd be rude of me to pry. Those are quite shocked to hear what we found, but now that you're here, there's a proposal I have to make. Alright, what's your big plan? Ready. Let's do it. I've been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I've noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they would wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across described them as sin-eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry their sudden presence in appearance, in conjunction with this renewed interest, may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek truth, I say we give it to them. I, too, can attest to the many falsehoods found within the Cabinet's tomes, with nary mention of noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale's told again and again over a century, I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and painted as villains. Were it not for the record stored in the Crystal Tower, I would have no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived in the first, the reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remained those who'd worked tirelessly to defend their good name in the days following the Flood. Considering all the good they'd done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. Well, you know, people are dumb. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobert. Such heroes can be spoken of in the same breath as sin-eaters is absurd. Yep. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained. They were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it's all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains, deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth didn't matter. It wouldn't change their lot. But thanks to you, a lot has changed, and now they can have the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Emmett Selk, yes? Yeah. To that end, I propose we proceed with Alphinaud as planned. Let's do it. Well, what say you, Lore? I wish we had done this sooner, to be completely blunt, but, you know, whatever. In hindsight, I agree, but better late than never, no? Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Beglug? So, let's go tell him, hey, everyone, Hitler was actually a good guy. What? There can be no darkness without light, and so it was Ardbert was there in your hour of need. The people must be told. I have seen many a great and terrible thing in my long life, as has the Exarch, no doubt. Of the man, I can say this. His memory is short, his heart fickle. You know. They'll be screaming a lot less when they're dead. I mean, hi. Oh, jeez, I have to go all over the place? Alright, whatever. Let's go here first. Damn it! You found me, Leander! Wait, gotta pretend we're Estinian for another second. For 10 more seconds. We got this. Yes, I'm Estinian for a little bit longer. Yeah, hey, what's up? So, yeah, no, please stop testing medicines on me. Thank you. So, got some weed. I believe this is the third time we've had to talk to each of these individuals for this Crystarium series. That's probably a good time to talk about Kirby. Whoop! See, my glasses are just infinitely superior. Because mine are not that cool looking. Okay, so... Jedi and Sith are not the same thing. What? Are you sure? Hey, we need to talk. Oh, yeah. The Cardinal Virtues? No, something else. Oh, you know that stuff yet. Alright, Kirby. So, first of all, the game's great. And it's got a lot of optional stuff, and I love the way you go gather... you do challenge missions in order to get crystals, which allow you to upgrade your abilities. And... Damn it, Rex. And, it's got some good level design. There's tons of optional stuff per stage, which gets you more Waddle Dees, and it's just kind of fun to do in general. Basically optional hard mode stuff. And those Waddle Dees get you more things you can upgrade back in the town. It's a nice loop. It's a really good loop. You can just play through the game, you know, at any percent, if you will, but the real fun comes from getting all the extra stuff, right? So that's all cool, and I have nothing but positive things to say about that. But the thing I really wanted to tell you about is only partially related to Kirby itself. So what I did was I fired up the game, got up to the point where co-op was unlocked, which is a certain point in the game. And it's like, hey! And I immediately paused the game and just left it there. And then picked it up with my niece yesterday. And we went and we played through, you know, pretty much the first world. We didn't 100% it, but we like 80%ed it. We got most of it done. The reason I'm bringing this up, though, is, and I want to share this, I'm just going to pause to get this out here, is my niece is actually pretty good at video games, right? She's not, you know, that great, but she's certainly a lot better than you'd think, especially for someone so young. Now, what my niece has, her great weakness, is she does not have confidence. I've actually addressed this a few times briefly before, and I'm sure some of you in chat know what I'm talking about. So I try to kind of bolster her and make sure that she's, you know, understanding of exactly how well she is and how good she does and blah, blah, blah. So if you were paying very careful attention to what I just said, I was playing the game on my own and then paused, and then we started playing. So I never put it back down from hard difficulty. Yes, she does, Mike Kamano. She absolutely does. So I never pulled it down from hard difficulty, and she did a lot of it by herself, including getting the boss almost entirely by herself. And we were talking about strategy and tactics and all sorts of fun stuff like that. The reason I bring all this up is afterwards I informed her... Now, I didn't do this on purpose. I actually spaced. But I informed her of the fact that she was playing on hard difficulty the whole time and was doing just fine, and indeed was playing better than she had when she was playing on the demo. And her reaction, it was very subtle, but you know me, I know my niece very well, and I'm very good at reading human interactions. And she just had this moment of, what? Now, obviously she didn't do that because that's not how humans react, but her reaction was literally just, wait, I did? I've been doing that on hard? And of course, Sis, who was sitting nearby, jumped on it, recognizing why I was pointing that out. I was like, dude, you're getting a lot better, kiddo, congrats. And it was just this whole moment of wholesome awesome as she realized that she was doing that well, despite the fact that we were not playing on easy. Because she usually prefers to play on easy. Not because she can't play on hard, but because of the aforementioned confidence issue. So I just wanted to share that. Then we had quesadillas. It was actually really cool. It's this stone cooking tablet, except there's these little trays with a little handle, and the trays go underneath the tablet, and they heat up whatever's there. So we would cook the meat and the tortillas up top on the stone, and then we'd have the trays with cheese, right? A couple things of cheese. And so you'd pull out your tortilla, pull out the cheese, shunk, get the meat on it, and then we just had a bunch of stuff around the table to kind of make your own quesadilla. It was really good. Those I spoke with at the orchard and the rookery say they're quite keen to hear what we have to say. It's good to see the people of the Crystarium so eager to learn the truth. Well, let's do it. So this is an interesting cutscene.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Funny, because I actually am a really good public speaker in real life, but, you know. Explain, explain, explain. Damn it, Kira White Noise. My line has ended. Flee, flee for your lives. Can anyone hear what he's saying?
Wicked White. The Warriors of Light did all that?
Nooch Vader!
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we...
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Well, this is a universally positive thing that nothing could possibly ruin.
Impossible.
Oh, you see him too? You can see him too is literally the dialogue option there.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
No. He's literally a part of me. He's not even inside me. We have merged. We are now more of a being than we used to be because of it.
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
This is the part where he kills you. This is the part where he kills you.
The one who slew the Eater!
This is the part where he's gonna kill us. Ardbert, this is where I'm gonna kill you. Sorry.
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may.
By the way, I'm just gonna jump in here. This is how you maintain an actor or a character having presence on a show, while still also killing them off. I've mentioned this because sometimes some people say, Laura, you say death should be permanent, and it should, but death should be permanent doesn't mean the character stops being relevant. There's ways to get around that depending on the setting.
People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a warrior of light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I.
Just vague enough for people to latch onto it.
I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass.
I have been through 5.3, Bregman. And some of the weapon chain. And all of Eden.
The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when he must return to his home.
Oh yeah, spoilers.
But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
I'll give him this. This is actually a brilliant plan, really.
What? Us? Warriors of light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
And we're just glaring. Just glaring at him.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
Yeah, no, this is brilliant in its own way. And bad, besides. It's something I don't see fiction pull off all that often. When a villain manages to essentially say all the right things and do it in the right way for all the wrong reasons. It's hard to say, you know, it's hard to go against that.
That is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
I mean, no. 100% no.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Again, technically we can't really prove this to most other people, but this is actually a thing that's true in real life too. Sometimes we experience or know things that we can't prove to someone else, but we know based on how we are and what we are and how we perceive things, right? So, getting to the point. We know with total certainty that's not Ardbert. There's no mistake here. No possibility for any kind of anything.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
That he is an Ascian.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus.
Someone you know a bit about.
That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emet-Selk's failure here in the First, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen? Why, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emet-Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while La Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe, as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now, I believe, he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
I just realized I haven't heard the Quest Accept Quest Complete song from Endwalker yet, so that's going to be new to me when we get there. Sorry, random thought. We must not act until Ardbert has made plain his plans. It would be folly to proclaim him false at this juncture. We were but a hair's breadth from defeat when we faced Emmett Selk, and now I must contend with yet another Ascian. We must tread carefully. Yeah, tell me about it. What a despicable practice, appropriating corpses. I know, right? Who would ever do that? By the way, we are 4 quests from a dungeon, but we're almost assuredly not making that in the next half hour. Even if we started the dungeon now, that would be bad timing. So, we're probably going to do the Aniter after we come back from the lunch break, for anybody who wants to join us for that one. After the warriors laid to rest, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight. Prayed that these fallen heroes would be born again without sacrifice. What bitter irony. I often would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become warriors of light themselves. An enemy, yes. I'm pretty sure, this is just my take on it, but I'm pretty sure the reason they decided to say that La Habrea was nerfed because of his body hopping was to explain how we defeat one of the 3 primes when we were level 50 back in ARR. Meanwhile, she's going to go to the Greatwood, and so far everything's been handed to us on a silver platter by the Ascians, but that was one of Emmett Selk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I received word from Fano that heretofore our unexplored chambers have discovered the Katana Ravel. So, maybe there's some Ascian stuff there. Would you like some company? No, absolutely. Retcons are, of course, have a bad rep for good reason, but a retcon is a tool like any other. I would agree with that, Blade Travel. Emmett Selk is very, 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 very high tier. I hate to keep re-emphasizing that. But they kind of did their math on that one, you know what I mean? They did their due diligence on making him appear exactly as powerful as he should be. And frankly, it was only by the barest of slim margins we managed to stop him. With an artifact specifically designed for creatures of his style, while being assisted by a huge amount of other people, while it's arguable that he actually wanted to lose. Like, there's a lot of layers to that one. We talked about that Saturday. Hi, Omega Legion. That is a cool staff. What is that? Let's pray these new ruins are not as unwelcoming as the last. Oh yeah, and a world's worth of light while we're at it. Just gonna show off the staff here really quick. Ah, Boja. I'll never get my Boja relic. No, I'm hopeful to someday get the Boja relic. We'll see. We'll see. I'm kind of stuck at a terrible, terrible step where I effectively require a kill squad to repeatedly hit the Delibrum. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since you last came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika. It was there we discovered more ruins, though we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls. We determined that the innermost chambers are warded by magic. We were all in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We're grateful that you did. From what you told me, I strongly suspect the wisdom of my comrades I seek can be found within. The wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see, then it's good that you came, for Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. It's our duty to assist you and yours, to not want for it either. That said, we must proceed with caution. There's a bunch of death and doom. Surely that's nothing compared to what we've already faced. It's not a game. You should take this more seriously. Oh, and who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins, clutching her staff at night, wishing it were... You promised not to tell. Okay, moving on. Remind me, how exactly old are you and your sisters? You know what, I don't care. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins to bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity not easily sated. He didn't need to apologize as a seeker of knowledge. Wait! Is this the seeker? Oh my god, Y'shtola is the seeker of darkness. Think about it. Think about it. She's even a black mage. I believe I've company for the ruins. Yep, okay. I think I like the final form of the Gunbreaker relic. But I'll probably never actually get it, like I said. That's just... Delibrum! I'm locked in Delibrum. Like, I wouldn't mind help someday with that, but at the same time, I would feel bad asking for it, because just smashing Delibrum, like what? 4 more times is not great. Delibrum's a decent raid, but it requires a group. It requires a kill squad. Even Emet was taken aback to find a mural illustrating the final days in here. What other surprises do you suppose wait within? I feel oddly ill-equipped to venture inside, but with you here, I'm sure things will work out. Ready when you are. Chess. Chess doesn't bother me. It's that goddamn... The Scythe boss is the one I keep having used. I'm pretty sure with repeated attempts, I would actually be able to get used to it. I've actually done Delibrum 3 times now. Once as part of the chain, once as part of the relic, and then once with the assistance of some awesome people. So, you know, maybe someday I'll get used to those fights.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
Yeah, I've never done that. I've never even started the Eureka relic chain, and I don't think I ever will. Which scion do you think has the highest possibility of becoming a villain? Or at least an antagonist? Urianger! Wait. I mean, I used to think it was going to be Alisaie.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
Don't say that.
Why you... Ugh.
Good morning, Sean.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead.
Yeah, the you can only group with people in your range thing is probably the very first thing I would change about Eureka. That's even before reducing the amount of grind that place requires, which I do absolutely think needs to happen.
As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
What? What's the issue?
What? But I only... What is happening?
See, I was assuming that, Dakota, since that would make sense.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Oh yeah, lore shock.
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Okay, that's a thing that happened. And we're dead. But yeah, so, going back to the idea of playgrounds that we've talked about extensively, which is something I'm just going to carry forward because it's a great idea. Expanding the playground of Eureka to include Bozja and Lost abilities would make a lot of sense and help a lot of things, I think. And now we're fighting... Oh god, how do they pronounce it? I forgot how they pronounce his stupid name. Because it's a weird pronunciation. Lushard, I think? You know, Luxord. You trespass mortal on sacred ground. In retribution, 4 souls have I bound. Because of course it's a Sphinx. Yet to heroes proven, learned and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. Luxord, that's even worse. If you would see them set free, answer me these riddles 3. Okay. Answer 1. Deft of paw with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. What am I? A coral, a colibri, or an apopo? I don't friggin' know. Okay, hang on. Deft of paw, with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. Yeah, a few people have told me that. I'm gonna keep saying Moldauer because it sounds better, because screw her! Moldour just sounds weird. Sure, I'm gonna guess coral. Why not? Nope. It was the Apopo. Sure. Uh-huh. Well, we just permanently killed one of them. That's cool. With fearsome fang I travel in pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land... I'm just gonna look these up. I don't know. At all. Whatsoever. I don't even have the beginnings of an answer for what these questions have. Although this one's a wolf, but still. Like, what the hell? How would the last one have anything to do with a monkey? Anyways, it was the spirit of the wolf, which their doctrines praised. They would know peace and harmony. And to the end of their days, the riddles answer you to discern, and thus to you a soul returns. On my belly I do crawl, by my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. What am I? I mean, that's gotta be a snake. There's nothing else for that one. Indeed, the dread serpent turned protector, lured to slumber, ere it tear the world asunder. The riddles answer you to discern, and thus to you a soul returns. Desire you that which I yet claim, then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely, and you may all yet go free. So you've played a game that's literally used on 2- and 3-year-olds before, right? Apparently they are, von Falkenstein. Twixt these talismans, hide friend and foe. Choose your companions, yada yada yada. Well, I'll just look at the other side! No, they thought about that, which is actually funny. Seriously, this is used to teach kids about object permanence and memory in general. That's why it's called the memory game. Not that I'm making fun, per se. Just, you know. On the plus side, is at least doing something with quest design other than, you know, FF14 quests. So, I'm with it. Now for the boss fight. Yeah, exactly. Trying new things out, experimenting, I'm with it. I mean, WoW's quest started off as crap too, right? And STOs, to use another example. And Guild Wars 2s. All MMOs where I praise quest design, but they certainly didn't start there. Oh, sorry, I should read that around. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your word. One worthy of she who the Ronkins extolled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Guild Wars 2 does have quests. Most of them are pretty mean, actually. Yeah, I guess.
I will not hold back.
Guild Wars 2 is a hard game to recommend because of how bad vanilla is, which it's really bad. It's worse than ARR. Now, I haven't reviewed it yet, but I'm pretty sure it's worse than ARR.
Here I come!
So make of that what you will. Hit me, hit me. Question. I'm not sure, US Incorp, because again, I haven't reviewed it, and I don't like to judge that kind of a thing until I'm actually there. But, probably, yeah. I wasn't even going to comment on that. Like, don't mistake me, I love Guild Wars 2 to death, I really do. But that beginning is just rough. I only say that because if anybody wants to get into Guild Wars 2, do know that you've got a hill to climb over before you can get to the good stuff. You need to walk in with that mentality. If you like vanilla, great. That's something I've heard before.
Away with you!
Well, concede. Well fought, hero. The trial is complete. The way is open, and thus I concede defeat. How do you mispronounce Pulaski? Well, those people are lying, US Incorp. Or wrong.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite.
Pull-a-ski.
Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
Okay. To her, not to you, Rex. Although, yeah, you're right. I'm sure there are people out there who prefer the taste of sand and eschew the taste of water.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber.
Oh, wow, Giga Pudding.
A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
You've got to have the bunny squad, von Falkenstein.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Naught less than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight.
And we've even seen a recreation of that particular site.
We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot? The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
Say, I will not soon forget it.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witness the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think on. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding and armor for what is to come. Before you leave, I speak of the teaching of our forebears. The legend of Tiuna and her exploits have been told countless times over the centuries. Yet, as it is handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale, our new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, nor for we were not there to see it. But we are now here to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone. And though it will too change in time, I swear to you will do our best to preserve your story. No religions! It's the rule. I mean, no religion about me, obviously. Anyway, we're not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Raktika and the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels, then. As ever, we await your return with open arms. Yeah, there's a giant death dragon here. Although we, No, damn it, Ina! Although we may learn naught of the Asians, the insight we gained of the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return, there's a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbow. Might you come with me? God. I have to admit, I like this cloak, this scholarly outfit, but I don't like it because it looks scholarly. I like it because it's a good coat. Like, I would wear this kind of outfit in real life. I'll think about the glasses. Terrifyingly horrible, Gigapudding. Evil in every way. It would be just death and torture and pain. And I'm not going to make the obvious joke there. Laura, good to see you. You've arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Sorry, Renaud, we don't have the... Please, I insist, hold on, take a minute. Please, Ishdala, please. Alright. I say work, but I need a chore. I must clean my chambers. Okay. Listen. Eat my food, please. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. A broom? I can imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. Dictator racks. Oh, I see how it is. Listen, there's only one room for one dictator around here. So, here you go. A broom. Sweet, 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 sweet. well worn. Good, this should prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. That's right, Ranjit! No! Damn it, King of Pudding, no! Ranjit is the true dictator. He's actually the Warrior of Light and the Warrior of Darkness, too. Honestly, didn't think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more than capable of sweeping itself. Him. A time to rise to swish and sweep, a tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found. Roomba mode engaged. So Cashel asks a very good question. Do I think it's possible in FF14's technical limitation to make quests better or enjoyable? No. In this one respect, I have no objection to following Master Matoya's footsteps. In the future, I may need to remind you. I may need you to remind me that pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. Hi, Baron. I'll dearly miss this place and these people. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption. The stew is ready. Well, okay. So, I have... You know me. Game design is a huge passion of mine, and I have studied MMOs since the 90s. And I have put a huge amount of thought into quest design, gameplay-wise, in FF14 specifically. And I do have a solution, I just don't think it's feasible. Something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything's fine, I assure you. It's been a long day, that's all. I see. Thank goodness you're here. Oh, hi. What's up? We were delayed by Crush Boy here. Alphino? I thought you were following Ardbert. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every elm of Norvrent in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. And it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making the task all the more simple. It remains to be seen what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there's no denying his words have struck a chord with many. We're all in agreement this is just another Ascian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen Warrior of Light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. This next destination is in all likelihood Slitherbow. Alizair, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Howard and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. Best thing I can do is now is let them rest. So, I believe we're about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with the would-be Warrior of Light. Before visiting any towns or villages, he would hunt down and slay a nearby Sin Eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find him before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believe one lurks in the bows of the Woven Oath. That's where we will start our search. That might be a good time to talk about the WoW comparison I have intended to bring up too. Master Matoya! Yes. Warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. I don't know how they taste things. I wonder if they taste things differently because they're not really in their bodies. Like, maybe not a huge difference, you know, like the difference between me and my taste now. Oh yeah, by the way, speaking of my sister being awesome, she bought me this mug, which I don't have here. I should have brought it on camera. it's a Star Wars mug, and when it heats up, it shows an array of pictures from Star Wars. It's really cool. But the reason I bring that up is she gave that to me as a gift because you may or may not know that I don't drink tea. And yet, now that my nose is different and my taste buds have, or my taste in general has changed, well, now she wants me to try a whole bunch of tea. So she sent me home with a gigantic bag of tea. Like, it's basically one of everything she has, and my sister is a tea aficionado. So that's cool. I'll probably have to try one for lunch. Although, actually, really quick side story. So I'm sitting here on the floor, sitting next to my niece, playing Kirby. And I've got a pillow on my on my lap, basically, like I always do, because I like to rest my arms here. And the reason that's relevant, here, I'll even demonstrate. So there's like a pillow right here, right? And I'm just resting my arms, playing the game. So she takes the tea bag and plops it right here, right in front of my face. So I'm just playing through the plastic as I'm trying to keep up with my niece here. And I can't move because I have a baby in my lap. So I'm just sitting there like, well, this is my life now. Anyways. If it's not obvious by the fact that I bothered to share that story, I'm going to go ahead and chop off. I do still want to talk about the quest design thing, because I do have some thoughts on it. And it serves as a good comparison to WoW and its approach. But we'll come back after the lunch break. Don't worry, I'll take a short lunch break like I always do.